Hi everyone, please remain seated and good morning. I welcome you everyone to the 4th International Conference on Applied Sciences, Engineering, Technology and Management. This conference event is going to be held on 29th of December, that is today, in the beautiful city of UAE, Dubai, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. The novel coronavirus hit the globe in 2019 and left a huge imprint in the lives of millions. This is a new beginning for our lives in the pandemic. I would request everyone to pay 30-second silence as a tribute to the near and dear ones we have lost, and they will always remain in our hearts forever. Thank you, everyone. Considering the COVID-19 protocol, this year we have organized the 4th ICASETM 2021 in a hybrid mode with more than 20 delegates from across the globe and has been given the privilege to attend both physically and also virtually, which we can see in our Zoom platform. A little about our conference. The main objective of the 4th International Conference on Applied Sciences, Engineering, Technology and Management is to encourage scientific and informative exercises for the development of participants' lives by promoting the theory and application of different disciplines and divisions linked to the hurdles of experimental research. One of the goals of ICSETM 2021 has always been to give specialists the world-class stage to distribute research discoveries by using innovative means of lecturing and presenting. This one-of-a-kind lecture output will be a tremendous benefit to students like me and who are also participating in the event. Scientists will also be invited to distinguish significant research subjects in identified regions in the fields of applied sciences, engineering, technology, and management. The 4th International Conference on Applied Sciences, Engineering, Technology, and Management is one of the most comprehensive professional conferences of its kind in the world and has been specifically designed to present technical and other assistance to intensify research and development enterprises by proclaiming high-quality research findings as well as research papers and articles. And about IFERP, which is the Institute for Research and Engineering Research and Publication, is one of the world's large non-profitable associations meant for research and development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations in research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing mutual interests. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFRP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles and papers. IFERP conferences also brings together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. We will now watch a short video. Thank you, everyone. So we have managed to launch our incredible IFERP application and is now available for curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research and breakthroughs, which you can get right now from your Google Store and Play Store for upcoming conference updates. Now I'd like to welcome all our now I'd like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, Chief Executive Officer, Technorate Research and Development Association, India, and he will be joining us online. And Dr. Kiran Nair, Director, MBA Program and Associate Professor of Management, Abu Dhabi School of Management, UAE. Dr. Christopher Abraham, PhD, FCIM, CEO and Head Dubai Campus and Senior Vice President at SP Jain School of Global Management, TEDx and International Conference Keynote Speaker, United Arab Emirates. A big round of applause for him. He'll be joining us online as well. Next, we have Dr. Shahid Yamin, Executive Chairman and Co-Founder, Global Opportunities Commercialization, Pty Ltd, Greater Melbourne Area, Australia, and he'll be joining us online as well. Professor Asma Salman, PhD, Blockchain Developer, CHFP, VCD, CFM, Professor of Finance, College of Business Administration, the American University in the Emirates, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Big round of applause for her. And she'll be joining us online as well. Professor Alain Amin Nadedi, Chairman, International Council for Family Business, Cameroon, Central Africa, and he'll be joining us online. Dr. Syed Mohamed Rasa Gadiri, School of Aviation Management and Logistics, Swiss Institute of Management and Innovation, Zug, Switzerland. He'll be joining us virtually. And then we have Dr. Manish A. Kaivalramani, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, College of Engineering, Abu Dhabi University, UAE. He is with us physically here, so big round of applause for him. And I welcome and thank all our delegates for joining us for the grand reopening of 4th ICA SETM after the pandemic. And imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe, online and face-to-face, who have spared their valuable time and will be enlightening us with all their latest research studies. And I would like to invite all the attendees as well. We are happy to release the 4th ICA SETM 2021 proceeding book on behalf of everyone. I invite Dr. Manish and Dr. Kiran Nair to help us with the book opening. Dr. Manish and Dr. Kiran, please come to the stage and we'll have a click. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manish, and thank you, Dr. Kiran. I'd like to welcome Mr. Rudrabanu Sitpati. Uh, he'll be giving us a virtual keynote speech.
Thank you very much. Hope I'm loud and clear. Honorable dignitaries, esteemed guests, revered speakers, respected chairs, delegates, academicians, industrial professionals, and my loved students. These days are tough times and we lead a life of uncertainty between forlorn hopes and frantic dreams. The virus has jeopardized civilization, thus making us face the biggest challenge towards humanity ever encountered. Economy, education, and existence is disrupted, making the globe undergoing the biggest threat of life. Now, research is the mandate and only solution, I believe, that globe and humanity seeks from scientific research community and fraternity desperately. Today, when we see the sun shining over this beautiful city of Dubai, we feel overwhelmed and aspirated to announce this epoch-making conference, international conference on applied sciences, engineering, technology, and management. We have seen delegates coming up with proposals including alternative convenience and solutions with virtual reality and augmented reality as a solution to stand towards the need of the globe at this time. We have six thought-provoking keynote speakers and from leading academia and industries who will be delivering splendid lectures. And definitely, I believe this will be very much informable to all the professionals from academia and industry belonging to science, engineering, technology, and management. The agenda of the conference includes more than 40 plus scientific presentations. Those have been shortlisted after thorough review and scrutiny from the numerous articles we received from nook and corner of the globe. And I believe the content produced by IFERP in this conference, ICSCTM, will be definitely worth of understanding, attending, and sharing. Today, I feel overwhelmed to speak at this spectacular forum, and this is a privilege for me to represent IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, a unit and initiative of Technomerit Group. IFERP is built for scientific community, so we stick to our commitment of delivering uninterrupted academic services to engineers and aspiring technocrats all across the globe in spite of all challenges and circumstances. Amid the pandemic, we opted online platforms and delivered more than 200 plus webinars and 40 plus grand conferences, thus creating an immense impact of research opportunity towards engineering and technology. Today, IFERP is no more an association alone. We are a conglomeration of more than 100 plus international universities standing with us and making us one of the most largest populated professional association in field of engineering and technology. Today, we have more than 60,000 professional members and student members associated with us, and we claim to be one of the most active and professionally dynamic professional organization. And I believe the organization is rendering proper academic and scientific services, even though in this COVID pandemic tough times. We are rapidly expanding our network and collaboration with universities, research centers, and industries all across the globe with a vision to establish world's strongest scientific and professional network. The community will be shortlisting the qualitative research article from grassroots to crest from different countries, irrespective of their standards and infrastructure. They may be developing or developed with their trials and implementations towards the need of the mankind. Our mission is firm and the objective is strong enough to connect organizations, institutions, individuals, professionals from academia and industry, as well as with common research interests just by creating a collaborative environment for knowledge sharing. I express my hearty gratitude to all the members, scientific committee members, session chairs, organizing committee members, IFERP nationals and international ambassadors, IFERP members from all universities from nook and corner of the globe, the speakers, the attendees, delegates, and all my beloved and lovely colleagues and the team behind this conference today for their support and the value to the conference. I greet everyone. A splendid moment at Dubai, those who are physically present, and I also wish everyone a safe life to them, and I wish everyone a healthy life to be safe at their home and enjoy this conference and take the best outcomes and knowledge and keep up sharing your ideas and innovation in this platform. Thus, making our platforms more productive and informative by sharing their experience, knowledge, skills, irrespective of nationality, to keep this conference more productive and worth of attending. I wish everyone a healthy life and happiness, and may Almighty bless all of us with both of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Kiran Nair, Director, MBA Program and Associate Professor of Management, Abu Dhabi School of Management. Dr. Kiran Nair is an international marketing professional with over 19 years of experience in marketing. His track record shows his expertise in mastery and industry experience in the field of marketing and management. Throughout his professional life, he spared no effort in maintaining excellence, and that helps achieve a company's strategic goals. His current profession as a director and an associate professor of management has allowed to hold multiple responsibilities and multidisciplinary network. He's proficient in managing and supervising a department that aligns with the university's vision statement. He's experienced to develop course material, review project reports, and carry out extensive research work and develop individualized academic action plans. He coordinates with strategic department heads and reports to the Dean of Management. He acted as a business development manager at Imation Middle East Dubai. He was able to generate much revenue through his product and inventory management and apply those strategies to avoid risks. I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Kiran Nair, to deliver the keynote speech.
Thank you, everyone, and a very good morning, and welcome to Dubai. I don't know how many of you are first time to Dubai. I've been living in this country for the last 20 years. I started my career basically in sales and marketing. After doing almost 17 years in sales and marketing, I decided to move into academics after taking my doctorate in marketing management. So the last 5 years, I've been associated with Abu Dhabi School of Management, which is a government organization based out of Abu Dhabi, and we offer master program. So when I moved into from industry to academia, I was initially thinking that PhD is more than enough, and you can get a easy walkthrough. But then I realized that how important is research, and what is the purpose of research. So the good thing is that the university supports quite a lot in terms of how to do research and how to attend in international conferences and write articles in the field of whichever area you're belonging to. I know I just went through this document, and I came to know that there's a lot of papers in the area of engineering, AI, technology, science. I'm basically from the management side. But end of the day, all these technologies are oriented towards the benefit of people. So today, in my keynote, I like to give a little, I don't want to bore every one of you. I just want to just give a little background about, from my side, my understanding about academic research is as. So for me, what I did a small research, I came to know that academic research is basically to seek the truth and the new knowledge which enhance social development. So that I think even one of the biggest example right now what we see is during the corona pandemic, the most important investment or the amount of investment which went in is for finding out the vaccine. So that clearly shows, and most of the vaccine, there's a lot of companies developed vaccine, but only those companies who developed the vaccine which was scientifically proven, written in research articles and journals, peer reviewed, those are the way in which those vaccines got accepted. So that clearly shows that the importance of research in everyday life. I mean, it's not only in management, it's not only in engineering. So all the new technologies have evolved by conducting proper research and development. So being an academic side, I think, whether you are a student, whether you are an academic faculty, I think there's a lot of, knowledge. So how can we let this knowledge going to other people? I think that's one of the reasons why these research conferences and research papers are very, very important. So why it's so important? So one, basically for the faculties like us, or even for the students, when it comes to faculties, it is basically to update ourselves. Like for example, I completed my MBA in 1999. So around 22 years back, there was not much social media marketing. So if I am teaching marketing today, I'm going to teach marketing if I really don't know how to do a promotion in a Facebook or an Instagram. So that means I need to update. So what is the best way of updating? Of course, I can go for a faculty development program. So on top of that, I must update myself. So when I do research, I review a lot of literature. I try to understand what is happening. I will do primary research, secondary research. So I am very much updated so that I can impart this particular knowledge, what I am gaining by doing the research, back to my students. So one of them, that's most important when it comes to doing the research. Second, to get more insights. When we do research, a textbook is one form of knowledge that can be an opinion of a certain author. But when it comes to research, it's not only one person. When you do the review of literature, you are taking one topic and you review multiple authors' perspective, and which is especially from a peer-reviewed journal. So that gives you more knowledge and in-depth understanding about the subject matter. Third, I'm sure people who are in academics know that for a growth in academics, if you want to grow from a lecturer to an assistant professor, or an assistant professor to a professor, or associate or a professor, one of the major criteria is definitely they look at how many research publications you are having, and how many of these publications are in top-ranked journals. Even if you want to get a job, that's something which I definitely looked at it, that if one of the most important criteria for getting a job in academics is depending upon how good your research background is, how many papers you have published. So hence it is very important as an academician, we spend a lot of time in producing good and high quality papers. The third is to support the industry. Now we know that how corona vaccine has helped the whole world, but in our area, whether it is in engineering, technology, management, I think that's something which I still find a big gap. When I worked in the industry, I never knew about this an academic research and faculties publishing papers, and that is going to add value to the industry. In the West, of course, there's a lot of international organizations, Fortune 500 companies, they subscribe to international journals, and they try to read those journals and try to understand how maybe the consumer behavior is changing, how technology is changing, so that they can impart. But in this part of the world, I have not seen that happening much. So there's a little bit of disconnect. End of the day, as an engineering college or as a management institution, when we teach the students, where are they going to work? They're going to work in the industry. So there has to be a good connection with them so that when they go to the industry, they are very much understanding what the industry needs. So I think research really helps us in that. And then, of course, it helps students because students are aware about what's exactly happening today in the market. So because the research is what we are doing is what's happening right now. So the students are not only reading a textbook which may be like 5-year-old or a 7-year-old, where the things of that, because nowadays disruption is happening every industry. So things are changing on a daily basis. So the research will really help the students. So how, as a faculty or a researcher, is taking that knowledge and giving it back or applying it back in the classroom, which is also very important. And last but not the least is how to help the policy makers. So there are a lot of government policy, like whether it is about the rules and regulations, how are they impacted? Did academia contribute to help them in developing policies in such a way or changes? So I think these are the areas where as a researcher we should be focusing on, and this is one of the most important why research is important according to me. So what are the areas we should do research? I think as everybody is talking about the pandemic, I think it changed our life completely. Everyone's life, the way we are doing things, the way we work, the nature of jobs. And so hence we need to identify some of the areas where how the research can contribute to that. So it's not about, I've seen when I came to the industry and tried to write a paper, there's a lot of paper which sometimes we write just for the sake of writing, which has no meaning, which has no value. And a lot of people are just taking some old literature reviews and then they're just writing a paper based on that. But the question is that how does it help going forward to the business community? So when I say business community, whichever area you are, whether you are in medical science, whether you're in engineering, whether you're in management, end of the day, these are all for people. And these are all done by organizations. So whether it is hospitals, whether it is technology organizations, and every organization is meeting or solving a customer problem. So we need to really understand what the whole change is happening in this dynamics itself. So the most important thing is what we should consider is that what's happening right now. so many disruptions are happening right now. So what can we learn from that? What can we teach, or what can we find out what's happening right now? What is happening tomorrow, next, and something beyond? Now, if you look at UAE also, they're talking about 2072 going to Mars. They have a 2090 plan and a vision. So it's not like just looking tomorrow, it's looking beyond. So how, as an academicians, we or people who are in doing research can help going beyond? So what I've done is that I've just, so now what most of the companies are facing, a lot of organizations, irrespective of the industry, what they're facing, they're facing challenges to be stable because of the disruption. So what sort of research we can do to help the business to be stable in whichever industry you are, whether it's engineering, management, science, doesn't matter, how to maintain continuity and manage this crisis. So even the hospital industry, people thought that the corona is going to help the hospital industry grow, but it's the other way around. They suffered a massive hit because a lot of normal patients were not allowed in the hospital. So they also faced crisis. So what sort of research we can do to help them in that? Customer and brand protection. How can we retain our customers? We are losing our customers. How can companies hold on to their customers? Then short-term finance is another challenge. A lot of companies have been bankrupt during Corona. So so people who are in finance area can find ways in which help organization to manage their capital and working capital much better. Supply chain is the most industry which is hit during the pandemic. There are a lot of shelves across the world which is empty because the shipment issue, the cost of shipment has gone high. So what sort of research we can do to help them in that? Workforce management. You heard about the Great Recession, millions of people resigning. We heard a lot about mental health of employees. So, look at UAE, what they have done. They changed the working days from 5 days to 4.5 days. Why it's so important? It's because they understood the importance of work-life balance and mental health. So that's something which we need to. So there's a lot of studies which has been done, like Microsoft have done implementation of 4 days a week to see whether the productivities of employees have come down, and they realize that there's no reduction in the productivity, so it's only increased, and that's how things are getting implemented in this part of the world. So that's something which. So those type of study has gone to the policymakers, and hence they made those changes accordingly. And then the legal disputes, so much of issues happened because of pandemic. So that's how the legal side. So all the areas has been impacted. So what is next? And you know that when we talk about AI, VR, AR, so all these things are now changing the way we are doing things. So we need to, how to organization can build an enterprise resilience, and how can it manage such crisis if it happens tomorrow. We thought that pandemic is almost going to finish, and here comes Omicron. And that is again putting a lot of breaks in the what's happening right now. So this is going to continue, how we are going to take care of that. That's something which we need to look beyond, also look next. And when we come to look beyond, how you ensure alignment with beyond, understanding the new normal that will emerge beyond the crisis. So right now we are all knowing that some of the, like UAE has passed a law saying that you can have now a flexible work from home or work from office. So how organizations need to adopt, and how technology, I think a lot of in the medical science, a lot of telemedicine is now officially approved by a lot of areas. Technology is changing because of global warming as well as climate change. So there's a lot of areas in technology which is getting impacted. When you talked about civil engineering, now we are talking about green building, how to construct houses, and then CO2 emissions. So in every area, there are a lot of changes happening. So let us do research in those areas which can bring these type of changes, and let us, academics as well as researchers, contribute major to those specific change. I think that's something which I like to promote in when it comes to these type of researches and conferences. Can you go to the next one? The coming slides, yeah, can you go to the next one? So every time when we do a research, we always say that we need to identify a problem in whichever subject area. So because everybody like to know what are the challenges will lead to the problem, and then that leads to an opportunity. So what I have done is that the couple of slides, I don't want to talk too much because I have not seen much management people here. It's more of engineering and science. So what I have done is that I just want to identify what are these challenges and how are these challenges giving opportunity in various areas like customer behavior, customer buying, you know that you all started buying things now online quite a lot. So how does it impact a normal retailer versus an online retailer? Then we talk about the consumer behavior has changed quite a lot. I'm sure we are now used to technology much better than before. AI is coming in every area, so that's something which we need to really see that how that is changing and how retailing is changing. So that's something in one area. Then we have areas in terms of supply chain also. There's a lot of changes happening. So how can goods, because everybody is depending on one country, China became the global factory, but how that is changing and how can that change? So that's another area of research which or companies can do. Can you go? And then technology, I think a lot of people from here is talking about AI and technology. I think that's something which is unbelievable. This is changing quite a lot. So I live in Dubai and I work in Abu Dhabi. So now a new rule has come saying that if I enter Abu Dhabi, they do a test. They just scan you for using a mobile phone, and they will know that whether I have a corona, I'm positive or not. And if they feel that I'm positive, then they'll immediately send me to a proper testing one more time. And if I'm positive, so how technology has evolved in terms of people are waiting for hours to get a RT-PCR PCR test result. Now there's a matter of scanning 5 seconds using a mobile phone. They're able to find out these things, and in areas of finance also. So what I like to sum up this keynote by saying is that there's a lot of changes happening. As a researchers, we can contribute quite a lot to the development of most of the areas. So my request is that when we do a research, let's understand that it is solving somebody's problem. It creates a new opportunity. It's a value addition for ourselves, as well as it's a value addition for the new generation or the students and the industry across the world. I wish everyone a happy presentation. And I look forward to learn from all of you the areas of research what you're doing. And I welcome everyone who is physically present here, people who are presenting online. Wishing you a great 2-day conference. And whoever is here, it's a great time to explore Dubai. It's a fantastic country. And looking forward to see you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kiran. Next, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Abraham. He'll be joining us virtually, CEO and head of Dubai campus and senior vice president at SP Jain School of Global Management, TEDx and International Conference keynote speaker, United Arab Emirates. Dr. Christopher Abraham has 3 postgraduate qualifications in HRM, business administration, marketing, labor and administrative law, and is a PhD in business administration, design thinking and innovation. He's a certified design thinker from Stanford and is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Marketing. He has 34 years experience in management consulting, marketing and management education in India, Singapore and the UAE. Currently, he is the CEO and head of Dubai campus and senior vice president at the SP Jain School of Global Management, a Forbes top 10 economist and a professor. Abraham has been a visiting professor at many leading universities in Australia, USA, Canada, Singapore, and UK. Earlier in Dubai, he headed the executive MBA program of XLRI Jamshedpur, one of the Asia's top business schools. His areas of competence are innovation, design thinking, behavioral design, neuroscience of decision making, future of education, science of happiness, leadership, marketing, and strategy. He has successfully presented in numerous global forums and has also conducted many consulting and executive development assignments for global organizations, including the World Bank, the Executive Council of Government of Dubai, Emirates Airlines, SEWA, Government of Sharjah, etc. I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Christopher Abraham, to deliver the keynote speech.
Thank you very much, and very good morning or good day from different parts of the world. It's pretty interesting and ironic that I, who normally lives in Dubai and for the last 26 years, came down to India to spend the vacation, Christmas vacation with the family. So warm season's greetings and advanced blessed New Year for everybody who's attending this conference, fellow researchers, management professionals, sponsors, and of course, the organizers. I hope you can see my screen. Just give me a yes that you can see the screen.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir, the screen is visible.
Lovely. Okay, so on behalf of IFERP and ICAS ETM, it's my pleasure and privilege to present to you my exclusive keynote on 10 future principles in the current context and the post-COVID scenario, what they mean to us as STEM and management researchers. So I'm going to give a picture of what is happening currently, combining the relevance of technology, developments in different areas, and how we as academics and researchers can actually make a difference. It would be interspersed with words of advice, probably words of caution, words of wisdom, if we take it in the right context and right spirit. On a very optimistic note, I strongly believe the future is definitely better than we think. On one hand, the marauding technologies that are threatening the very existence of humanity, humanity's jobs, humanity's future. But I believe if we could do it the right way and agree on what we really want and then decide collectively how we want to achieve it, I think most of our challenges could be addressed intelligently and in a very wise manner. Trend number one, and this is really happening in an exponential pace, humanity will change much more in the next 20 years than the last 300 years. Now, that's a very important insight. The rapid pace of change with human-computer interface, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data. What does it mean to us as academics, as researchers, as policymakers? I think we need to adapt in velocity and, of course, in terms of the scope. What do I mean by this? Gone are the days when a researcher would be comfortably ensconced in his or her favorite research area. In fact, there used to be a caustic comment about researchers. Specialization is getting to know more and more about less and less. Interestingly enough, that particular outlook is dramatically changed. The reason being, the coming human-machine convergence, and many of us know the HCI, the brain-computer interface, and the kind of work that people like Elon Musk and other intelligent laboratories are doing, is going to be a key challenge. When machines and humanity converge, that's going to be pretty interesting and equally challenging. So when network machines become cognified, thanks to quantum computing, thanks to cognitive computing, there is likely to be a very interesting shift in the way humanity is perceived. Can machines come to the level of thinking like human beings? And when we look at it from the context of artificial intelligence, which is currently in what we call a nascent kindergarten stage, artificial narrow intelligence. It's just a question of time when it will become artificial general intelligence, when the cognitive capabilities of quantum computing and other similar technologies could be equal to that of human thinking and human cognition. That's a dangerous scenario to be in. Worse still, if we allow that to happen even further, we are talking about artificial super intelligence, and that's going to be even more dangerous. So I think the key in all of this is not a doomsday prophecy, but this is the reality. The technology is exponential, but humans evolve. Humans are evolutional, while technology is exponential. And that is where we need to be extremely careful, because it is not only exponential, it is combinatorial, and it is convergent. Interestingly, it's good in one way, where we can combine different technologies, which means we combine our research capabilities from different disciplines and bring in perspectives of cross-disciplinary, cross-technology research. In fact, I would go one step further to say, as a management researcher, I can't just confine myself to the realms of management, to the realms of business. I need to collaborate, I need to cooperate, I need to work in combination and convergence with researchers in other areas. It could be science, technology, engineering, mathematics, whatever. And together, we come back with cutting edge solutions to the world's challenging problems. The future is here. In a post COVID era, I think all of us, we have had a paradigm shift in the way we think, in the way we learn, in the way we teach, and of course, in the way we research. So I think we need to contextualize and see how these different industries, how these different technologies are converging. Look at a small sample of some of these technologies, from nanotechnology to neuroscience, to genetic engineering, to biotechnology, to personalized medicine, artificial intelligence, cloud and quantum computing, intelligence augmentation, robotics, and geoengineering. And this is not an exhaustive, comprehensive list, but gives you a flavor of the kind of combinatorial exponential technologies that can combine together. And we can come together to ensure that many of these technologies can be game changers and life changers for the benefit of all of humanity. The second important shift, what I'd like to call the mega shift, because when trends converge, they become tidal waves. So with all these technologies, look at the kind of waves that can happen with datafication, disintermediation, robotization, virtualization, cognification, augmentation, automation, digitization, personalization. And I think the one thing that's missing is humanization. How can we be deeply rooted as human when we bring these tidal trends and also work with them for the benefit of all of humanity? We now say that data is the new oil. Artificial intelligence is the new electricity. And IoT, the Internet of Things, which we even call now IoE, the Internet of Everything, is the new nervous system, which is interesting to look at. But what about accountability? What about the regulated frameworks? What about the ethics and values in all of this? Because technology is not ethics and values. Humanity is. And I think this is where we need to play the distinction between technology and humanity. And the $1 million, the $1 billion, or even the $1 trillion question is, how will we maintain our data sovereignty and our data security? With a networked, connected world, do we really have the choice? Because 1 petabyte of digital data can create a digital copy of us. And we've already entered into the age of digital immortality. The question is, who will you trust with the digital copy of yourself? Would it be used? Would it be abused? Would it be misused? Realms of research that we need to look at to see how this ethical question can be addressed. My fourth perspective is that data is great because it definitely helps in identifying and analyzing and coming out with profound insights. But dataism is not. And here's a very profound statement made by Ronald Coase, who said, if you torture data long enough, it will confess to anything, which means it's a dangerous thing that if you don't know how to control data, it could turn out into a monster. So in the post-COVID era, and I'll give you one very interesting example in the context of the COVID. Now, a lot of us are kind of overwhelmed by the statistics that come out in terms of the COVID scenario, which is acceptable, which is understandable. But here's a real interesting statistic that I want to put, and as researchers, as academics, you can easily relate to it. In the middle of this year, Brookings Institute from the United States, a very respected research organization, came back with a very profound statistic. And the statistic is as follows. Death from COVID, which has crossed the 5 million mark. Ladies and gentlemen, listen carefully. Death from COVID is the 43rd cause of death worldwide. I repeat myself. Death from COVID the 5 million plus deaths, is the 43rd cause of death worldwide. What does it mean? It means there are 42 other things that are taking more lives, including the common flu and common cold, including other viral infections, including deaths from road accidents, including deaths from drug overdose, including deaths from child abortions. Now, the reality is this, but when the data is presented as COVID, we completely get flummoxed and we also get misled. So I think as researchers, we need to be extremely cognizant and extremely sensitive to the relevance and application of data, especially in the post-COVID era. So the question to all of us as researchers is that can STEM and management research be sustainable? Between sustainable in the realms of technology, sustainable for the future of humanity, and sustainable when machine and humans converge. Sustainable when new kinds of technology are assisting us and when new kind of technologies can actually become complementary. Sustainable when multiple technologies come together, and sustainable when we have to also depend on social media. Would we use that as distractions, or would we use them as useful research tools? Sustainability when the human brain now enlarges to what we call the global brain, empowered and triggered by artificial intelligence. Everything, everywhere, everyone in a connected world. So, the question to all of us, do we want an algorithmic society for our research, or do we want to judiciously and intelligently and wisely use algorithms for our research? And I think there's a huge distinction between both these questions, because the implications of dependence or slavery to artificial intelligence could result in some of these dangerous implications, right from machine thinking, humans thinking like machines, and automation bias, which is already manifested in many parts of artificial intelligence, racial, gender biases that have already crept up in AI-based algorithms, manipulation using technology, de-skilling because of irrelevant skills, abdication of the power that humanity has over technology, and last but not the least, deception at a global scale. What we call surveillance capitalism. Are we ready for it? Or do we want certain calculated, relevant efforts that we take to ensure that we have the right kind of understanding about AI and big data, both in STEM and management research? Please don't misunderstand, I'm not against artificial intelligence, but what I'm trying to portray is AI has to be controlled by human beings and not the other way around. And that brings us to a very important insight that human intelligence and machine intelligence are two entirely different things. While we as researchers need to focus on the benefits of intelligent assistance, we need to be cautious with artificial intelligence, the use of artificial intelligence, and we need to be cognisably containing artificial general intelligence. As I told you, that means AGI means that humans and machines start thinking cognitively at similar levels. Now, here's a very interesting insight. Whatever is very simple for a human being is actually very hard and difficult for a computer. And whatever is very hard for a human is simple for a computer. This is a very simple but extremely profound insight, which means what is human? Because machines don't do relationships. Machines are not driven by values and ethics. Machines don't, relate like human beings. So, technology is not what we seek, but how we seek it. Some of you in the area of happiness research, positivity research may understand the 5 dimensions of the science of happiness, as articulated beautifully by the father of positive psychology, Dr. Martin Seligman from the University of Pennsylvania. PERMA: positivity, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishment. Something that we can be very proud as human beings, something that machines can't really relate to. Number 5, technology is neither a savior nor our destroyer. We, as humans, need to govern it to achieve what we want. It's not good or bad, it's just is. It's how we apply and frame it that will define its value for people and society. Some of you may know this, Google Duplex, when it called for, booking an appointment, the person at the other side did not really distinguish between a machine and a human being, which is nice, which is interesting. But imagine this. This didn't happen, but suppose it happened. Let's say the machine picks up and says, I'm very sorry, but John has decided to end your relationship. It could not be the best thing that we want. And I think these are implications for us as researchers. So striking the right balance between technology and humanity is the key to ensuring that a smart and connected world, listen carefully, also remains a human world. That, I think, is extremely critical. It's fantastic, fascinating, and exciting when we look at the applications and implications of technology. But let us realize that it has to be connected as a human context. So preventing hell and enabling heaven is the role of government, policies, academia, research, and industry applications. So governments, policies towards efficiency, security, superintelligence, freedom, privacy, and happiness. Academia, research into these dimensions, and industry, applications into these things, understanding and striking a balance between technology and humanity. Here's a very interesting one. The year 2017, there was a very important set of documents that were put in by a bunch of very human-oriented AI researchers. It was called the 2017 Future of Life AI Principles. Now, let's look at it from the application of these profound principles in both STEM and management research. Because the question we want to answer is, could exponential technological progress remain humanly sustainable? Number one, human values, which means they've taken an oath that all systems henceforth must be designed and operated with ideals of human dignity, rights, freedoms, and cultural diversity. We should also look at ecosystem thinking, which is ethical, economic, and societal issues that need to be included. The third dimension, which is shared benefit and profit, technology must empower people, foster autonomy, not dependence. And lastly, responsibility. Those who design, build, or run these systems are moral stakeholders. And I think it's very profound because in the 1960s, a bunch of crass capitalists and people like Ayn Rand actually corrupted the whole of society by a twisted, lopsided way by which economic principles were delineated. So they focused on shareholder, returns, which is not appropriate, which is not ethical, which is not the right way to do it. Thankfully, we are learning our lessons and we are moving from what we call casino capitalism to something called karma capitalism. And what is karma capitalism? In very simple, beautiful words, it is stakeholder centricity. What does that mean? It means that we need to understand and apply AI and big data, but use it in the right consequences, not forgetting the externalities that can happen by some kind of a twisted digital logic. Unintended consequences, ignored externalities can happen. I'll give you one example from genetic engineering. Many of us would know about CRISPR, the technology that is revolutionizing genetic engineering. The lady, the scientist behind that, actually won the Nobel Prize. Fantastic, fascinating, celebration. But it can also be used for some absolutely, inhuman things. So where do we draw the line? Unintended consequences, ignored externalities. Think about this Michelangelo picture, the touch of divinity with the touch of humanity in between technology. Number 6, examining the ethics of technology. Digital ethics is extremely important. Potter Stewart said it so beautifully. Ethics is knowing the difference between what you have a right or a power to do, and most importantly, what is the right thing to do. So as researchers, STEM researchers, management researchers, academics, professionals, we probably need to have this statement right in front of us every single day to distinguish between what we are capable of and what we should do. Because soon the question is no longer if technology can do something, but why and who. Where's the concept of ethics? the concept of values, and most profoundly, the concept of purpose, the very symbol of our existence. Singularity, for those of us who may not be aware, is the point at which machine intelligence becomes equal to human intelligence. One suggestion that could be an interesting idea is a global digital ethics council. A global digital ethics council, which can understand and analyze, and this could be a very interesting area of research for all of us, because on one hand, we're talking about the exponential growth of fascinating technologies. On the other hand, we are scared that machines could surpass human intelligence. So this is a very interesting area to look at. Digital Ethics Council. Phenomena number 7, the end of routine is coming, which means the imminent redefinition of work, education, and economic logic. We are all aware of great research that's happened, but the end of routine does not have to mean the end of human work. Look at that picture, which is extremely profound. Would we be dumped by a garbage truck driven by an AI-enabled autonomous driver and having us labeled as useless human beings? I personally don't think it will happen, because anything that cannot be digitized or automated and which will be human will become extremely valuable. Things like emotions, creativity, imagination, ethics, empathy, consciousness, values, mystery and awe, compassion and love, and intuition. These are very human, and these will become extremely valuable in the time to come. So what we need now is a judicious balance between IQ on one side and EQ on the other side. Look at this picture of the top 10 skills as articulated by the World Economic Forum last year. And interestingly, this is a very interesting insight, that it's not all of technology. Active learning, complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity and originality, leadership and social intelligence, resilience, stress tolerance, reasoning, problem solving are all very human skills. Not forgetting, of course, you need to have technical skills like technology design and programming, technology use, monitoring, and control. But of the top 10, 8 are human, 2 are technical. And I think that's a very profound insight. So, STEM, good. STEM, appreciated. But let's combine STEM with elements of humanity, elements of ethics, elements of creativity, and elements of imagination. Because point number 8, the world must invest as much in humanity as it invests in technology, STEM and HECI. Because civilizations are driven by their technology, but most importantly, defined by their humanity. Point number 9, we are shifting away from gross domestic product, which I personally believe, with my understanding and knowledge of economics, is one way of looking at a statistical inference of growth. But it is not the be-all and end-all of development index. There are new indices that are now being looked at. One, which is called the Global Prosperity Index. And prosperity is not about the 1%. It's about how it is distributed, how it is equitable to a larger section, cross-section of the global population. And we're also looking at new indices like the Gross National Happiness. So could we now shift from just economic parameters to look at people, look at the planet, and then look at profit, which I would say is prosperity for every stakeholder in the ecosystem, and realizing and understanding that work is not equal to money, because exponential technological progress would render the current economic logic unsuitable within 2 decades. And that's why many decades back, Martin Luther King spoke about a very interesting, profound prophetic statement. He said, we are demanding an emergency program to provide employment for everyone in need of a job, or if a work program is impractical, a guaranteed annual income at levels that sustain life and decent circumstances. Today, we talk about it as a universal basic income, but I think that's a very profound message. Lastly, I want to leave you by saying that embrace technology, but don't become it. Yes, we need technology, but we don't allow technology to overwhelm us, but we actually are the ones who will rule technology. I want to leave you with this profound quote by David Bowie, the award winning musician of the last decade. And he said, the future belongs to those that can hear it coming. I've shared with you some trends that are already there. How do we prepare ourselves as STEM and management researchers to capitalize on these trends and together work and ensure that we build a future that is relevant, that is useful, and beneficial to all of humanity? I leave you with this beautiful video, which is very thought provoking.
Climate change,
deadly earthquake,
a suicide bomber,
terrorism,
nuclear device in the heart of the nation's capital.
It's no wonder that we're pessimistic. It's no wonder that people think that the world is getting worse. But perhaps that's not the case.
Perhaps we forget that we've only just begun.
Doing what's never been done before is intellectually seductive, whether or not we deem it practical.
what we're seeing is unfathomably new possibilities all of a sudden becoming available to us.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave.
You have to trust in something. Your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever.
We truly are living in an extraordinary time, and many people forget this.
So now technically your device is on. Can you tell? Can you hear me?
The yearning to do what we do in the service of something larger than ourselves.
Where did we come from? Are we alone in the universe? What is the future of the human race?
When you conduct those exercises, innovation follows just as day follows night.
We can do this. I know we can because we've done it before.
Stay hungry, stay foolish.
So on that beautiful positive note, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank all the academics and researchers who are attending this conference, all the guests and participants, and I wish all of you a fascinating day ahead with all the various research presentations. Let's together build a better future and a better world. Thank you very much, and my email ID is there in case you need to get in touch with me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Christopher. Thank you so much. We will now take a short 10 minutes refreshment break, and then we'll be back again. Thank you. I request everyone to be seated. We will continue with our keynote speeches. Next, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Shahid Yamin, Executive Chairman and Co-founder, Global Opportunities Commercialization Pty, Greater Melbourne Area, Australia, who will be joining us virtually. Dr. Shahid Yamin is the Chairman and Director of Global Opportunities Commercialization. He has 40 years of diverse experience in business concept development through creative and innovative fusion of technology. He's a leader in product development, market validation, and development. He's an expert in opportunities validation and disruption of markets to create higher economic and social value for the society through effective commercialization. He has a firm belief that sustainable businesses in the 21st century needs to foster on optimizing profits by adopting innovative and unique business models that provides high economic, social, and community values for the geographic territory in which the business operates. He has created, developed, and implemented centers for innovation and entrepreneurship capacity building. I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Shahid Yamin, to deliver the keynote speech.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, afternoon, wherever you are, it is afternoon. Am I coming through, please? It says your internet or something. Hello?
Yes, sir, your voice breaking, but now it's fine.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. It is my great pleasure having a forum of intellects, and I truly appreciate the invitation, and I would like to talk about based on my 40 years of experience, which I have gathered from all over the world, to focus on the way education is perceived and perhaps followed in all parts of the world. So, to start with, I would just like to share some of my key aspects of my experience, where so that the audience can understand where I'm coming from. Because I'm going to make some thought-provoking remarks about the education system, the way we operate the education system, the way universities have become less engaged with the society, why it has happened, etc., etc., etc. So this is, and what I'm saying is that this is happening around the world. You only have to pick up any magazine, academic, intellectual type magazine, and there is a whole discussion on how universities have to become more relevant to the society. So most of my insight is coming from my 40 years of experience. As it has been introduced, my career spans 40 years of diverse experience in industry, consulting, and academia. And currently, I'm the executive chairman and co-founder of Global Opportunities Commercialization. I've had the privilege and honor to teach in several countries, including Southeast Asia, South Asia, Middle East, and MENA region, and Europe. I had the opportunity to interact with multicultural students to understand the needs of them, their learning need, their needs for growth, their needs, their horizon, and their vision of their lives, and so on. And I have also interacted with academics from all over the world. I have had the privilege to present about 60 plus papers in 33 countries. And in other countries, I had a really big pleasure of meeting academics from diverse backgrounds, diverse countries, and so on and so forth. This is where we started to do discussions on where are we going in terms of education. Previous speaker, Dr. Chris, whose eminent speech was very well appreciated by me, and a lot of our thoughts seem to concur, and possibly we can have further connections in that regard. But the thing is that to change a system, you don't change an element. To change a system, you require to change many elements, which interacts with each other to cause synergy, good synergy or bad synergy. So my humble view is that in this environment, the need to rethink of how the society needs to be structured, how universities need to be structured, what are the impediments that universities have, and the focus of universities is very much commercial these days rather than very much intellectual. Because when I started my career in the university, I used to call that I work in heaven, because it was fantastic environment of open discussion, of open intellectual debates, of open arguments. But today, does not work like that. I can assure you, I have been to many universities where the focus is on your classes and do research, but in a very, very narrow stream. Even if you are a marketing and your main interest has been, or your PhD has been in branding, then you are supposed to do only branding. We forget that the world is diversified. We forget that the world is multidimensional, multifaceted. We cannot focus on very, very narrow definition of what our expertise is. As the previous speaker also mentioned, very clearly so, that, if I am an AI expert, I think that I have got the world. I know everything about AI, but I do not interconnect with the society. I do not interconnect with the upcoming generation. I do not interconnect with the diverse development of society, which is now far more multicultural than it ever used to. So and one of the statements the previous speaker made was very, very relevant, that you use technology, don't become technology itself. Because when you use it, you consider many, many factors and so forth. Universities have suffered because of cut in public spending. Universities have suffered because the ethos of respected governments in different parts of the world felt that this is a very, very slow process of generating profit for the investment they are making in universities. But what they forget is that they are investing in future leaders. They are investing in creating young people to follow us so that they can make world more harmonious. So some of the things that has happened in the university is that universities started to focus on international market, particularly in the Western world. But in UK, in Australia, and other parts of the Western world, they started to focus on international market. They started to bring in students, and there were recruiters who are given almost unlimited flexibility to attract students. And in this process of capitalism within the university, they have lost track that the world is changing, and therefore the curriculum needs to change accordingly. Therefore, the human mind has to change accordingly. The mindset has to change accordingly. Secondly, most of the sciences, most of the disciplines live in silos. And often you can spend a whole lifetime and you never really befriend a person from a different discipline. Far apart. They have their own social circle, they have their own canteen, they have their own little library, etc., etc., etc. What it has done is that it has bifurcated that disciplines are very much unique and they don't have any connection. Take the example of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is applicable in so many different disciplines that you cannot ignore the diversity of it. Take the example of AI or VR or AR and things like that. All these things are interdisciplinary. They affect the different disciplines in different way. And we do not have a common place to create a forum, which I call smart center for postgraduates, smart center for undergraduates, with slightly different objectives, where people come and talk, not because of an agenda that today I am going to talk to people on this particular topic. People come and just have a general human interaction. And believe you me, as a person who is an expert in creativity actually happens when there is no agenda. Creativity actually happens when the discussion starts from the family and all of a sudden we talk about our thesis or our research papers or whatever we are doing, and all of a sudden somebody comes up with a bright idea which has an impact on that research paper or the thesis and so on and so forth. When I used to supervise PhD students, we used to meet in a coffee. There was a special room which was open to postgraduate students. They would come to make coffee. I would go to make coffee, etc., etc. We started talking. How's the family? Blah blah blah. And all of a sudden, a bright idea comes either in my mind or in this person's mind that has got tremendous relevance to the thesis they are working on. So this human intellectual interaction is absolutely essential for the new millennium. Promotions should be based on quality of paper, not on which journal it has been published. Because it can be an A-class journal, but it's only focused. When you start to talk about practical application of the research, journal doesn't want to include that. Journals need to review their policies in terms of having a broader context. There are some places that the journals have to have very focused attitude, like if it is about neurology, it is about brain, and so on and so forth. Yes, they are very specific things, but within that specific thing also there are diversities. Neurology today is used in order to make better leaders. Now you tell me, what is the connection with it? But neurology is used. MIT is offering a neuroplasticity course of 6 weeks to make better leaders. Because we have realized that we can actually power our brain to work according to what we want. It's a matter of a mindset. The word mindset was not in vocabulary sometime, a few decades ago. Today, mindset governs everything. So what we need to, what has been said up till now is absolute truth, that yes, these are the things we should be about. But what we need is that social or national innovation does not happen, absolutely does not happen if it is done in piecemeal. It has to be done concurrently. For example, the previous speaker was talking about STEM for the benefit of humans and not for its own self. Or it has to have interconnection with humans. I fully agree with that. But that should develop from primary school. That understanding should develop from primary school. It doesn't develop when you are doing a PhD in one of the STEM subjects. Also, my point that if STEM is so that to make something useful, then you need mathematicians, you need scientists, technologists, and so on. So you can work in isolation in those research areas. You have to interconnect. And when we start interconnecting, as a market force, journals will produce very interesting papers which are read by many people rather than a very small percentage of people who are interested. Each paper takes 2 to 3 years to be sent to an A-class journal. And again, A-class and A-star journal, how we defined it and how relevant is that definition is really beyond me. I mean, I have been published in A-star journal, but it is really beyond me. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, please? Okay.
Yes, yes.
The point is, in my view, the A-class journal should be the one which is the highest efficacy for the society. A-class, A-star journal should be one which will be the platinum, which provides insight into the working of the society, inside the working, how technology, how humanity, how the society, how the ethics and values of the society actually interact and support each other. And that is an A-class journal, which provides knowledge not only in one sphere, but also interconnected knowledge, which creates synergy in terms of the output. We have silos working on different, no matter what, how exciting the project is. But we cannot have silos working in isolation. Because today's society, whether we like it or not, is an entrepreneurial global society. The word entrepreneurial by itself means that I have led that, I have lived that life for 40 years. Now I think very differently. Because I moved into more commercial entity, I think very differently. And I combine my academic thinking with that and see how it benefits the society. Do you know what we are doing in GeoC? We are taking fresh graduates into GeoC, give them real life experience, help them to find their passion. Because sustainability only comes when you work in the area where you have passion for. If you are working with me and every day you curse yourself to go to job and every day every evening you come all stressed out. Mind you, it is not a sustainable system. And we are training them, helping them all the way to get their jobs. In return, they give us some administrative services. We don't charge for it. We charge very minimal price. But we actually keep them for 6 months, get them acquainted with the employee, get them acquainted with the job environment, in order to them up as people who believe in themselves, who believe in their passion, and who will achieve heights down the track. This is our little contribution to the society. And what I would like to see is that sort of thing happening at the secondary school level, where young graduates or
Sorry, sir.
Beg
Sorry
yours?
to interrupt. Yes, I would request you to kindly conclude because we are running short of time.
Okay. Give me 1 minute and I'll
Sure,
conclude.
sure. Thank you so much.
So the point I'm trying to make is that these are the things that this esteemed forum of intellectuals should be thinking about and discussing about. I wish I was there to interact with you, but these are the things which we need to think about in order to make our grandchildren and my grandchildren and their grandchildren. Thank you very much. It has been a great journey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us.
In this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Asma Salman. She'll be joining us virtually. She's a blockchain developer, CHFP, VCD, CFM, Professor of Finance, College of Business Administration, the American University in the Emirates, Dubai. Professor Asma Salman is a blockchain developer and a professor of finance at the American University in the Emirates, a honorary global advisor at Global Academy of Finance and Management, USA. She completed her MBA in Finance and Accounting and earned a PhD in Finance from AACSB member, AMBA, accredited School of Management at Harbin Institute of Technology, China. Her research credentials include a 1-year residency at the Brunel Business School at Brunel University. UK Professor Salman also served as the Dubai cohort supervisor for DBA students under the Nottingham Business School UK for 7 years and is currently a PhD supervisor at the University of Northampton, UK, where she is affiliated as a visiting fellow. She also served on the board of Etihad Airlines during 2019 to 2020. One of her recent articles on Bitcoin and blockchain gained wide visibility and is an active speaker on fintech, blockchain, and crypto events across the GCC. She holds various professional certifications including Chartered Fintech Professional USA, Certified Financial Manager in USA, Women in Leadership and Management in Higher Education UK, and Taxation GCC VAT Compliance in UK. She recently won an award for Blockchain Trainer of the Year by Berkeley Middle East. Others include Women Leadership Impact Award by HE First Lady of Armenia, Research Excellence Award, and Global Inspirational Women Leadership Award by Sheikh Juma bin Maktoum Jum'ala Maktoum. I request our keynote speaker, Professor Asma Salman, to deliver the welcome speech.
It's a pleasure to be here and in theme with the conference theme that we have, and the earlier speakers, I would like to congratulate you for your contribution also to this forum. At the same time, I would be taking one keyword from this conference, which is technology, and I will be speaking about blockchain technology and how that has actually had an impact at different areas of the affairs of life. But where are we in terms of education? That is something that I would be touching upon today. So if I may go ahead and share a couple of my slides, and I'll take care of the time as well. All right. I'll be moving ahead with the kind words as part of the introduction. I have also recently assumed the position of the Dean of the College of Business Administration here at the American University in the Emirates. I would be talking about the impact of fintech and digital transformation through blockchain technology. What happens generally is that we talk a lot about it, but when it comes to the implementation, as well as when it comes about education as such, I think there is a gap. We always talk about a gap between academia and industry, but at the same time, within academia, what are the gaps of what is required in the market and where our students are? So, of course, there's always a silver lining when it comes to the pandemic. The world has actually gone 7 to 10 years ahead of time in terms of digital transformation. Now, it definitely has pros, but it also has some kind of disadvantages. But we will try to talk about the silver lining here. So the digital transformation has increased, of course, the fintech hubs, the regtechs, the subtechs, or the tech giants. So simply the people who want to come up into startups there has been a huge surge around the world. Even if you just take the GCC, the percentages are very high. What was there 10 years ago, what is here now is a completely different story. And of course, there have been a lot of solutions with blockchain technology. It's quite the buzzword. But at the same time, what is the implementation or the core implementation that can help every industry? And also it can help students alike because we come from academia. So how can it help the entrepreneurial mindset? So we talk about digital disruptions, but is everybody ready to push the norms? Is the potential being tapped for startups? How are we going to go from here? What are the solutions for the market? I'll just go ahead and read a quote from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, which talks about, we shall work on building innovation incubators, specialized education programs in our schools and universities, and global partnerships with the best centers and institutes. And very much so, we can see Dubai definitely is the hub for that. Let's talk about technological revolution, mobility, big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, drones, robotics, cloud computing, but in fact, it is the blockchain. Now, I remember being a 5-year-old and moving around my father's lab when he created one of the first robots back in the 80s. Artificial intelligence was very much there. The implementation of AI is what has gained momentum during the past couple of years. So what really is blockchain? I'm sure everybody has an idea. It's a continuously updated record of who holds what. It's the power of blockchain that we want to understand. Now, about 10 years ago, there was a white paper on Bitcoin, about the Bitcoin currency. A lot of people had a kind of a misconception between the two. However, blockchain really was the underlying technology underpinning Bitcoin at that point of time. So where are we right now? We are in the second generation of the internet. So we have moved quite literally from the internet of use to the internet of value. Now, back in the day, if you remember, there was something called the Netscape Navigator. Anybody remembers what was there before Google, even before Yahoo? There was something called Alta Vista. And believe it or not, Alta Vista could not Alta Vista itself. There was no data. So at that point of time, everything has moved from an internet of use to an internet of value. How much value can we create from this generation of internet? So this is simply the internet of information. You've got websites, photographs, PDFs, emails, slides, and so on. And now we want to go to the internet of value, which means that we talk about assets, we talk about contracts, we even talk about e-voting, intellectual property. We also talk about, of course, money. The idea is that when I send $20 across to someone, is that I don't have it and the person receives it. But that's not the case for the internet of use, because if I'm sending out an email, then that email also is stored for me. So how can we move ahead with this kind of digital disruption? So let's think about internet information as some kind of vast global distributed ledger running millions of computers available to everyone, where everything from money to music could be stored, moved, transacted, exchanged, and managed, all without powerful intermediaries. And now, when we talk about powerful intermediaries, that is exactly the kind of question mark, and a lot of people who might have, of course, another school of thought about it may not favor it, because we are primarily talking about the middleman being removed. So what happens here is if I'm some user over the internet, a middleman does it just. I pay less is being removed. So what is it really? It's a free flow of money, of trust, of value. Who controls it? Who owns it? Where is it? And how do we, etc., etc. Bringing your attention back to the 2008 financial crisis, where out as well before pandemic, in the recent times, quite a huge financial crisis that happened in 2008, and just a few that came out from Satoshi Nakamoto. First was a cycle important cryptography and coding mechanism that is the main key between this block. So how that works is what the internet is in between, not central place, but are distributed across a global ledger using highest level of cryptography. So when a transaction is conducted, it is posted online, and then the Bitcoin miners, in this case, if Ethereum, it could be any mining, have massive computing power. Every 10 minutes, a new block is created. The first one who validates that block is rewarded that digital currency. Or the people who do not have the access to the real economy, as we say. They do not have the eligibility criteria to enter into the bank. So what happens to them? We're talking quite literally about the unbanked people around the world. So here comes the thought of alternative economy, from the project-based to a gig economy, or just trying to have a bird's eye view of what is happening around us. The idea here is not whether we agree with it or not, but the idea is what is happening is important to understand, because that gives us an idea that there are certain people who definitely do believe in it. So many of these mentioned here up on screen do not have a physical presence. And therefore, the idea is, where is our shared economy going on? Let's talk a little bit about the application of blockchain. So we've talked a little bit about how the cryptos have worked, what the evolution was, and how we have seen some of them having absolutely no physical presence. And at the same time, there are some applications for that as well. So one of the recent cases a couple of years ago was related to title deeds. And the case was the Republic of Honduras. And as we all know that each time, through generations after generation, the title deeds get transferred. Sometimes the names are wrong. Sometimes it goes from one family to the other, and so on. This was one of the generation-based cases that was taken over through Ethereum blockchain. And this was resolved and implemented in the Republic of Honduras. Remittances, $600 billion goes around. And then you can just imagine how much fee is being paid on these remittances, which is about 98% less if you're going through blockchain. Data, of course, there's a lot talked about data, especially now. So how can the virtual you be owned by you? I have a very interesting example to share up next, which is called something related to food safety. It is called the blockchain chicken. Now, yes, these chickens are on blockchain, and these were actually, they came out in CNBC. They are being used in Canada, in their marts, and the idea is just the way you have organic food is to trace exactly where the chicken was born, how it was slaughtered, what was the path, so the global supply chain for that, and how it was, even what kind of food it was fed. So these chickens made quite a buzz when they were out in the marts. The fourth industrial revolution, of course, we currently stand on this brink of a technological revolution that will fundamentally alter the way we live, we work, we relate to one another. So in its scale, scope, and complexity, the information or the transformation will be unlike anything that we've seen. This is something that Klaus Schwab said in one of the World Economic Forums, and we can see the change that has happened from the 1700s up till today, from the first, second, third, and the fourth industrial revolution. Let's talk a little bit about accounting perspective, maybe because that's my background as well, finance and accounting. There has been a lot that has been said about a double entry system, and we all are familiar about that. So now, moving from a double entry to a triple entry accounting system. And the idea over here is to be evolved from paper to digital ledgers. And that exactly is the third point that comes here, which is the blockchain distributed ledger. This is just food for thought here, how the timeline of blockchain developments have gone over the number of years, starting from 1940s, 2008, 2015, 2018, and then the future developments. That there's a lot to explore when it comes to blockchain-related implementation. I would like to connect also where we are in the blockchain technology and what are the pillars of the UAE Centennial 2071. Now, back in 2017, there was a 50-year strategic plan that was developed by the UAE government. And there are four basic pillars of the Centennial 2071 vision: future-focused government, excellent education, diverse economy, and a happy and cohesive society. So the adoption of blockchain aims to contribute to one of the four pillars, which centers around excellent education in technology and innovation. Giving you a little bit of numbers about the case of fintech or financial technology. It is at the core of the business and now being utilized to assist businesses. The growth trends in the UAE, you can see over here, is about, if you see the compounded annual growth rate is about 30%, which means that by 2022, which is just a couple of days from now, about 465 fintech firms will generate about $2 billion in investment capital in comparison to 80 million in tinted investments in 2017, 5 years ago. So the blockchain and artificial intelligence market growth by 2025, it is expected to climb 39 billion US dollars. And according to market research firm Tractica, the global AI software market is going to go to $126 billion. Digital transformation in the UAE and where UAE is ranked sixth globally in smart services, which is sixth in the world for implementing smart electronic services, second in the world in the telecommunication infrastructure, and regionally, UAE leads the Gulf Arab and the West Asian countries in digital transformation. Similarly, businesses of all sizes, this could be one of an early call if they should investigate the potential of blockchain in their organizations and embrace technology as it matures. Mass adoption will come sooner than we all think. So what could be the innovation and the way forward? Funds for innovation. I think that's quite a key. Hackathons for students, for young investors, for young companies even, for startups. The future is surely digital and the economy is gig. Mobility is, of course, going on at the moment also as I'm connecting with all of you through technology. Some of the transformational words to have a better, prosperous world is protecting the rights through immutable records. So when we talked about blockchain, it is one of course, it's an immutable record. It cannot be undone. Creating a true sharing economy, to have that concept of a sharing economy, not just applicable to one strata of the economy. Ending the remittance payoff, like I mentioned, only 4% is the fee as compared to whatever the fee is charged, it's 96% less through blockchain. Enabling citizens to own and monetize their own data, so to protect privacy, so the cybersecurity laws could take a call here. Ensuring compensation for the creators of value. Obviously, whatever we saw 10 years ago or whatever we're trying to see 10 years later has different kind of a job market. So we need to embrace that. The future, of course, is happening now. There are blockchain-based IDs and identities. There are blockchain passports, especially in Estonia. There are smart contracts. E-government blockchain projects are currently on their way, and Dubai is one of the examples of being a smart city for that. With this, I thank you all for your time and for listening to me. I can be reached at these social media platforms. I do believe in digital, so please reach out to me if you would want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Asma. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Alain. He's the chairman, International Council for Family Business, Cameroon, Central Africa. Professor Alain's book was featured amongst the best books in entrepreneurship of all times, and author of more than 40 books, World Bank and USAID consultant, and the president of landsdayafrica.org and Foundation Lands Day Africa Burundi. Dr. Alain A. is currently teaching in various tertiary institutions across Africa. Professor is founding director of the think tank CABAC and past president of YENEPAD, author of more than 100 peer-reviewed articles in accredited journals. As a scholar, he has supervised more than 50 PhD and 50 master's students. Professor was the Dean and the School of Business and Public Policy at the St. Monica University and the Chief Editor of the Journal of the Academy of Business and Public Policy. He was a researcher at Wits University at the Center for Entrepreneurship. He is head of the Board of Trustees of the International Council for Family Business, a platform assisting family business owners to efficiently hand over the company to future generations. I request our keynote speaker, Professor Alain, to deliver the welcome speech.
Professor Allen, could you please unmute yourself?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
we can.
But unfortunately, I'm not going to present my paper. My internet is very unstable. I'm going to send you the PowerPoint, and if it's possible to do that. I've been struggling since this morning to follow the entire program. I'm so sorry for that, really. Are you getting me? Hello?
Yes, sir, sorry.
Yes, I'm so sorry I can't present my paper. The internet, the network is very unstable here where I am.
Okay.
I've been struggling
fine.
to follow the entire program since this morning. And this is the presentation. Because when I'm going
you can just, you can just brief about your this thing for 2 minutes, and you may conclude, because the audience will be eagerly looking forward to it. So maybe we can just give a 2 minutes insight to the
okay, if it's possible. Thank you, Mami.
Yeah.
Really, this is the theme of my paper. Can database industrial revolution reinforces efficiency in manufacturing companies? Basically, what I'm look. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm not going to share the PowerPoint because it's going to be too long. Basically, what I'm trying to show is I'm a professor in management, and I've been lecturing students who are doing engineering and also management courses. And basically, with my presentation, I want to show how by bringing forth Industry 4.0 or the fourth industrial revolution, how engineering companies can now be transformed and be better efficient. This is the thrust of the paper. I'm so sorry really to give just that summary of that paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. No problem. We understand. Kirtina, you may take over.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sila. Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking to us. Next, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Syed Mohammad Raza Gadiri, who will also be joining us virtually. He's the Dean, School of Aviation Management and Logistics, Swiss Institute of Management and Innovation, Switzerland. Dr. Syed Mohammad Raza Gadiri is the Dean of School of Aviation Management and Logistics at Swiss Institute of Management and Innovation, Switzerland. He was Dean of School of Transportation and Logistics, and he's the former head of postgraduate programs at Malaysia University of Science and Technology. Furthermore, he's the authorized trainer or instructor for courses leading to the FIATA diploma in freight forwarding by FIATA Advisory Board Body Vocational Training, Switzerland. In September 2020, he was appointed as the Dean of School of Logistics at Swiss Institute of Management and Innovation. He has been invited as a guest professor and keynote speaker of many international events in different countries such as Spain, Poland, China, India, Iran, Vietnam, Myanmar, and Nigeria to deliver his speech, teach the students, and train the lecturers and supervise PhD researchers. I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Syed Mohammad Raza Gadiri, to deliver the speech.
everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the brief introduction about me, and thank you so much for having me today. And I would like to extend my appreciation to the organizing committee for the amazing work you have done. I also personally enjoyed listening to the speakers. There are astonishing topics, and it was very, I think, beneficial for all the participants in this event. So if you allow me, I share my slides, and from there I will discuss more about what I brought to you today. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about smart mobility in the context of a smart city. The organizing committee has given me 20 minutes of time. I will do my best to respect these 20 minutes. I know maybe this is lunchtime in Dubai. I am now in Melbourne, Australia. We have 7 hours of a different time zone. I hope that I'm not really disturbing your lunchtime. But let's see what I can share with you, and maybe what is your take away from the session that I am going to have with you. So as a little bit about myself, I'm basically a civil engineer, a structural engineer, as well as transportation engineer. My field was in intelligent transportation system. And I'm kind of multidisciplinary experts. I've dealt with different fields of study. I've supervised many PhD and also master students in MBA program, management, business, engineering, civil, and many more. And but the topic I'm going to talk today is we're not going to very details of technical aspects of smart city or smart mobility. I try to make this in such a way that they can have some and maybe this smart city community, or maybe you can have topic later on based on what I'm going to cover today is the concept of a smart city and also projects in this regard, and we will also market forecast. So that at the end I will have some wrap up and also conclusion which might present. So as you see, and all of us, and we can see the future city is in such a way using a lot of technology. Also, the way we are working now, and also I'm station Dubai, and to using this so we can see the outlook of the city, kind of city that we have is entirely interconnected, and the city as well as the crimes and violations, and also the city can to regulate traffic and regulate traffic, and also productivity of the citizen will be also increased. And all of this will happen by using the big data as well as Internet of Things that we know as IoT today. So this is an inevitable future as is in front of us, and we like it or not, we are already tasted it. We tasted it during the COVID-19 more, but before that also we tasted it when we paid all our like bills online, like e-payments, and which could save a lot of our time, and also we could really also reduce our unnecessary trips a day. But what is the definition of a smart city? Because what we see, it is called a smart city. And what is the definition? But to be frank with you, if you search in internet, you cannot find any unique kind of definition for a smart city. And any organization, they try to provide some kind of definitions. But I put here 2 definitions for you. Cities Council, another one from World Bank. And according to the Smart Cities Council, they said that the city is a smart city is the one that has digital technology in city funds. So World Bank defines a smart city as the technology in sense in everywhere and offers highly efficient public services using information gathered real time by households of interconnected devices. So as you feel that we are dealing with the cities that the blood in the veins of the cities is the information, and we are dealing with the information generated by the citizens, and it's captured by the devices and sensors, and is going to be used for the functions of the city. The smart city, of course, uses information and using the telecommunication technologies, information telecommunication technology that we call it ICT, to enhance the livability and workability as well as sustainability of the citizens. To have an overview of the smart cities, we can have 4 different approaches as other ITS technologies that we are dealing with. First of all is we collect the information from the cities, from any services, from any part of the cities, and then we must be able to communicate these data and information using wired and wireless. We need to process and analyze and understand the from the information situation today, and also we have an idea about the future, what is going to happen in the future. So at the end of this scenario, we are going to have some advices, solutions, and for the citizens to dealing with those kind of services. But how does the smart city work? And what we are going to see when we talk about a smart city. So just imagine you are the street lights that we are seeing every day. So it is already attached to the sensors, and they can function when some users are in the vicinity. And also suppose that our cargoes, our parcels, they're delivered by the drones and robots. Or imagine you are going to make a salad, but these plants is coming from the farm that are located under the ground of the city. And also augmented reality and virtual reality. Now you can see the products even before receiving it, and you can even virtually figure out what type of product you're receiving, what type of quality, what type of texture, and that gives you a very realistic figure about the product. So this can happen. Of course, we need to have an underpinning technology and but to help us to achieve these kind of approaches. So now with that kind of technologies, that kind of communication standard is a Internet 5G, 5th generation of 5G that we know, or maybe in the future we are having some rumor talking about that. Some countries like China, they're working for G even. So which can revolutionize everything in daily life. But to think about and ask ourselves different questions. I put three of the main questions that everybody can like, and how do we benefit from the smart city? Of the smart city is the data, and how the data is going to fight the private the data is going to be protected, as you know, and there are a lot of leakage happened during the past years. Like, for example, we had a leakage of of the information of the mobile users in Malaysia some years ago. I think it was 2017, and about 46 million mobiles in Singapore in 2018. The hackers attacked to the healthcare system. Even the prime minister of the Singapore, and even in the UK, 1 million daily attack to get the information. That is a very important point, need to be addressed before we think about the smart city. Let's have a very brief understanding about historical background. I was the first, the journey of the was started there, and I later not really in Holland was the place that the smart virtual digital city in 1994. Later on, some companies like Cisco, like an IBM, as you know, they are giant companies in telecommunication and communication, as well as IT technologies in the world. And they had some initiatives regarding smart city, but the era of the smart city was emerged in 2011 in the Expo conference, World Congress in Barcelona, Spain. And from that time, we hear more about the smart cities. And as you see, the smart city is very young, is not really developed, and that can be a good maybe message for all of you, those they are going to find research topic and they want to discover more about a smart city. I put here 10 smart cities, top 10 smart cities in the world, but it is in 2019, according to this reference IES. But frankly speaking, different organization, again, based on the different indicators they put on the table, they also rank different cities in the world. But also I saw in recently in 2020 and 2021, I could see when Dubai name was also there, as well as San Francisco or Boston in the US also in the list, even Seoul in South Korea in the list, as well as some cities in China and also Oslo in Norway. I could see these are also in the top 10 list of the smart cities, the top smart cities in the world. But it was a study conducted by Institute for Management Development and also Singapore University for Technology and Design in 2020, and they provided some indicators to select the top smart cities in the world. The survey was conducted in April and May 2020, and they surveyed 109 different cities in the world. And based on that research, the Singapore, Helsinki, Finland, and Zurich in the Netherlands and Switzerland, they became the top 3 smart cities in the world, but followed by Oslo, Amsterdam, as well as New York and Seoul, South Korea. In terms of strategy and smart city strategy, we are still in the early stage. According to this research in 2019, you can see 153 cities have published a smart city strategy, and 15 strategy included target activities, and just 8 strategy that includes implementation. This means that there are a lot need to be done, and there are a lot of other countries need to be also joining this community. But when we talk about the smart city, overall, we can have different components for the smart city. Again, if you look at different references, they also have some maybe more or less like what I presented here for you. But this is something that we can look as a base. So you can see that there's like smart people, smart living, smart governance, and smart economy, smart environment, and smart mobility. So, and the last one is my topic to have more elaborations to know what is happening in smart mobility in the context of a smart city. What is the smart mobility? I just put this definition here, but of course, we can see variety, but there is no confirmed kind of definition for that. But as you may be able to predict what can be the definition. So in a smart mobility, and like what we have in a smart city, so we are going to use the technologies, telecommunication, communication, sensors, and other technologies to collect the information of the movement of the residents and also movement of the cargoes. And based on that, we should do the planning and for the betterment of this movement. Even we need to rethink about the usage of the current infrastructures that we have. But later on, I'm going to show you some of the statistics about this today's scenario in terms of population and others. And you can see, understand then this is something that is very important because we cannot keep building or constructing highway and streetways and those flyovers. That cannot be the solution, and we can use the existing infrastructure in optimal way. And also some on-demand kind of services like Uber that is used widely nowadays, and other countries, different countries, they have their own version of Uber, like in Malaysia we have Grab or My Taxi and so on. And I do believe in other countries, and you also have the same. But smart mobility services, there are a variety of services, but here you can see some of these services, including public transport. And we talk about the integrations of the public transport that are available for the citizens. And also we talk about timing and as well as the route optimizations. And we have mobility sharing schemes like ride sharing, car sharing, bike, also commuting across the city. So a smart mobility service in freight and logistics, which we talk about the movements of the parcels and also shipments, and also autonomous transport systems, and also drones and low altitude arterial mobility, and mobility as a service, as well as mobility on demand. There are other services also you can add to this category, but mainly these are the core services that we can expect to get from smart mobility. But overall, the main goal of the smart city or smart mobility is to reduce the economic cost, environmental cost, as well as time cost, and provide the efficient movement of all these citizens. So to consider a city or a mobility to be smart, there are some indicators and then some characteristics that we can list, like sustainable mobility urban plan, as well as integrated payment methods and the deployment of alternative modes as well as ICT in traffic control. So why are smart city or smart mobility needed? So here that we can focus on the different perspective of the issues that we are facing today. So this graph is showing that the prediction of the population of the world. As you can see in this graph, we are expecting about more than 9 billion people living in the world by 2050, and even goes to 11 billion people by 2100. But of course, some of the continents are facing declining in terms of populations, like you can see in Asia and Oceania. In somewhere in 2060, we are having like decline, and also in the European continents as well. But you can see in Africa, the slope is sharp going up, and still we have more population. So more population means that more people to be served. Of course, they have a lot of needs, but we are now focusing on the movement. So to provide a movement for this, and even we talk about effective movement for this number of populations. So there are a lot of preparation need to be taken and need to be considered. So apart from this, we have a phenomenon of urbanization. You can see here in 2019, more or less about 50% of the world, they live in the cities and in urban area. But it is projected by the United Nations that is going to be 68% by 2050. And it is projected 60% by 2030. And you can see 19 million move to urban areas in ASEAN by 2030, 255 move to urban areas in China by 2050, and 416 million people, they move to urban area in India by 2050. So you can gradually feel that the issue, what is happening and what is the issue. So why urbanization is important and what are the impacts? Of course, the global energy demand, when you have cities, and the main consumers, let's say about 40% of the consumers of the energy that are happening in the buildings in the urban area, and also 70% of the global greenhouse gas emission also is coming from the cities. It also includes mobility and the movement by personal car. And buildings also produce a fifth of the world's carbon dioxide emissions. And what are the consequences? So they are like, we need to expand and increase our infrastructure, and we have overcrowding, we have congestion, we have pollution, we have shortage of spaces, and even it can cause flooding and landslides, which we hear nowadays many in different parts of the world, and also, of course, stress-related diseases, and also, of course, not sustainable way of using our resources. And some prediction even says that 50 years later, if you use this like fossil fuels by this way, the fossil fuel is going to be vanished from the earth. So that can be very big alarming for everybody, every citizens of the world. And of course, the phenomenon of heavy traffic. Now, all of us, we are experiencing this problem every day, more or less. But of course, during pandemic, because of lockdown, maybe lesser. But previously, we faced kind of headache, especially in the metropolitans, in mega cities more. So the global urbanization trends is telling us we need to provide more mobility and facilities and also for the citizen, because it can cause not only traffic congestion, the risk of accident, fatalities also, and wastage of energy and time in traffic jam will increase. So therefore, that can be a very complex problem for all the authorities and as well as the experts to address this problem. So in consequence, long-term development plan is needed. Why this long-term development plan or developing plan is needed? Let's look at the life cycle of city. So of course, in an earlier stage in a city, what we do is providing the infrastructure needed for the citizen to live. And then we go to growth phase. So in the growth phase, we are going to expand the infrastructure because of the population. They keep coming to the city because of job opportunities, because of services, available services, accessibility. They come to the city. And then we go to maturity phase. So we enhance the infrastructure. So when we go to maturity, even in a product life cycle like that, so we will face the declining in the quality of life in the city. So that's why we need to do transformation. So we provide integrated infrastructure systems, satisfies society. So the smart city can be one of the solutions in this regard. And how do we benefit from the smart city? I just overview some of the projects ongoing, and some of projects has been done in different countries. Of course, when we talk about the smart city, like we are not going to experience the same obsolete way of the garbage. So this can be also optimized by being smart and garbage bin. So also all the citizens, they can also deliver of events to the police, to the also the city council. And when you go to the park or the lighting system, they are using the sensors, and they are they're on in an optimal way. And like this project in Helsinki, Finland, you can see they are not using the old-fashioned way of collecting garbage. They have this type of smart garbage, and you can see the garbage that are shot to the center for purification. And also issue of parking. So now we have in different applications, and the data is already available. So you can see, for example, in that specific shopping mall, what slot is empty, and when even you can book, reserve the parking for yourself. Like the project in Australia, it is in Derby Street, Newcastle. So you can see this red color and green color. They are these color codes showing that the available parking slots, and of course you can do the reserve, and that can save a lot of your time and frustration of finding the empty parking spot. So this project, this application was developed by VMOC, so which is based in California. So also those people, they live in Dubai, they maybe they experience these small robot cops. So they have face detector, they can get information from the person, and of course they can use this touch screen to enter the reports and so on. And the lighting system in for example, the city of Los Angeles, to create additional value from the public lighting system, they converted 65% of the street lights to LED and attached sensors to these light poles. So these sensors are part of an open system approach and can be used to monitor environmental noise, for quieter streets and healthier citizens, and to monitor the lighting power grid for more reliable and responsive operations. Again, in terms of public transportation, we in Australia, for example, if you are going to any destination, you use Google Map and you just fix the origin and destination, and you can see that even the application can provide on-time and real-time the services, public services available. You can select different mode of transportation. For example, this time of day, if I select bus, the timing for bus, those available bus, the number of bus is listed. So this is the way that we can integrate public transportation for the citizen, that they can get easily to the destination. But this is happening already here, but maybe some other countries, they did not utilize this service. But this is happening in personal car, or like services like Uber. You already have these services, but in terms of public transportation, maybe it needs to be done in different continents and countries as well. So in terms of security and tax inspection, we have cameras, surveillance cameras, but also some of the buildings that are equipped with the cameras. Suppose that these can be connected together, and for example, in terms of crime, this information collectively can be shared with the police, and then they can do the better decision dealing with this crime. Also, these cameras, they can also be used for the traffic. So those cameras installed for the charging the traffic and congestion. So this can be also used for the source of collecting data. And we have seen that sometimes we have a bunch of vehicles behind the traffic light, and the other legs, they are empty, and you're just wasting your time. So if we have a very smart network of the junctions, and we can connect the traffic lights of the different intersections, and it can, based on the volume of the vehicles that are coming, they can give the green signals to the heavy leg. So we will have a smoother, and it can be very game-changing in managing traffic flow. One more thing is all of us are familiar with the Waze application. So in Waze application, even users, they can share some of the information about the point of interest and the events they see on the road. So if this information can be shared by the authorities, that they can use information and to the policy making and even the planning more efficiently. Okay, so let's look at the markets for research. They mentioned that 5G for connected cities to generate about economic growth by 2035. These figures that I'm sharing with you, I would like to ask you, just think, how is the market about the new approach in research, and even think about the business in this field? There is a pure kind of field that anyone they can enter to this community. So spending on smart city projects worldwide from 2019 to 2025, as you can see, the trend is dramatically increasing. And also in terms of global spending on a smart city by cities, companies, and even private persons, by 2020 in the US, it was like 679 billion US dollars.
So we are
Yes,
running
please.
short of time.
So I'm going to finish, I think, a few slides more. Yeah, I will wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so that by this warning, I should wrap up and just skip some of the slides. And later on, you can access to my slides for your reference and for your own studies. And you can see there are different technology wonders in the world, but some of them, like Siemens company, Cisco company in the US, and Hitachi in Japan, and IBM in the US, and Microsoft, and so on, they are technology vendors that they have done a lot of initiatives, and they are doing a lot of pilot projects to address it. And in terms of a smart mobility market, 34.04 billion in 2019, and it's going to be 70.46 billion by 2027. And in terms of segmentation, we can have different approaches like elements, solutions, technology, and region. Just for the technology, we can have like 3G, 4G, Wi-Fi, GPS, RFID, and other and sensors and others. And let's just skip this out. Let's, as a conclusion, we are dealing with a futuristic cities. From now, we think about that. We have the technology already, and this pandemic forced us to think more about it and rethink more about it. So these cities called like cyber village, a cyber city, or cyber village, or digital cities, or smart cities, whatsoever they call it. This is an inevitable future, and of course, in this context, smart mobility is also the revolutionary aspects of smart cities, and it can be area of also interest for even businessmen and those that are looking for the new business. And one more thing is that the main and the important role of citizens. Citizens must also be empowered and understand about this new approach, because they are going to be users, and also they are going to be source of information providers for the overall development. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm really sorry to disturb your time. I tried to compress this information to be understandable for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I sincerely thank all the keynote speakers for joining us today, both physically and as well as virtually. Now we will be proceeding to memento distribution. I invite Dr. Rayat to honor the session chair, Dr. Manish A. Keval Ramani, with the memento. On behalf of the IFERP family, we welcome all distinguished UAE section members and all renowned academicians and researchers to this inaugural ceremony of UAE section. IFERP provides its members with an opportunity to form professional chapters in different parts of the world from grassroots level in order to organize conferences, seminars, scientific events, workshops, faculty development program, for the benefit of IFERP members locally, as well as for IFERP committee. UAE section activities include membership management, guest lecture, faculty development program, workshops, seminars, conferences, global hackathons, and women-centric activities. I'd request Mr. Rudrabanu Satpathy, CEO of TechnoEdit Research and Development, to speak a few words. He will be joining in a minute.
So, thank you very much for this privilege to speak again here in this auspicious day of this conference, and this is one of the most fantastic moment that IFERP is initiating on regional chapter at UAE. My hearty gratitude to all the people behind initiating this IFERP United Arab Emirates chapter, and the concept behind this is that we are bringing up the globe, the entire international infrastructure of academics we have, and the all entitled services we have to the accessibility of the delegates and students of UAE. So thank you very much again for giving me this privilege to address, and esteemed dignitaries, honorable chairpersons, IFERP, for Dr. Chitrai Ponselvam sir, Dr. Sachidanand HK, General Secretary, Reward Executive Members, delegates, speakers from this spectacular conference, ICSETF. My hearty apologies to everyone for my physical absence on this auspicious day. But Dubai has been the epicenter for trade, business, employment, and one of the most marvelous center in Middle East, thus creating a great business channel between Asia and Europe. The city is under the leadership of His Excellence and Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, has emerged as the leading hub of potential higher education and will be enlightening the globe by creating excellent infrastructure for research and innovation. United Arab Emirates is bestowed with more than 10 international universities, thus rendering quality educations to aspiring students. Our objectives and goal must define our concern towards development of the nation, which insisted us to initiate United Arab Emirates chapter, IFERP UAE chapter. Hereafter, we are committed towards the all-round development of engineering students and faculties to develop their potential towards research, which will be contributing towards the all-round development of the nations, scientifically, technically, and economically. IFERP UAE, under the leadership of Honorable Chairperson, Secretary, and all executive members, will be the node and point of contact to deliver the value-added services of IFERP and allied organizations to nation. We will be expanding our regional chapters to institutional chapters to contribute to universities and facilitate into our vision of globalizing innovation. We will be scheduling our international activities like conferences, workshops, skill development programs based on the industrial opportunities to academic institutions to build up a perfect, proper, organized, and strong bridge between academia and industries. The ideas and thoughts and innovations circulated all across the globe must reach deserving researchers of UAE. That implies our mission of providing convenient, affordable, and accessibility of academic infrastructure, education, skills, and opportunity to everyone, each students and faculties of UAE. The ideas behind establishing this chapter was like creating a epicenter of Middle East that will deliver the services and the ideas of all leading professors and academic leaders from all leading more than 10 international standard universities we have. Their ideas and innovations and thoughts must reach the globe to all developing countries as well. And the scopes and opportunities available all across the globe must reach the deserving students of UAE. So with this vision, we are establishing UAE chapter, IFERP UAE chapter, and at this point of time, we believe that we will be scheduling more number of activities, conferences, development programs, and these programs will be definitely pulling ideas, innovations, and investment to the nation, thus contributing towards the scientific and academic as well as technical development of the country. Moreover, in upcoming days, we have the plan to establish our headquarters and offices of Middle East in Dubai, so that this will be believed to create employment opportunities. We can recruit and we can have a partnership with deserving talents of Middle East and UAE, and so that will be definitely contributing towards the employment sector. The other sector I will speak about is definitely about tourism. As we are into the conferences and activities we do, so definitely the tourism will be a major factor of our delegates, and as we do the conferences in large scale, the delegates and attendees will be traveling to the nation, and this will be all-round contribution will be directed towards the economy of the nation. Moreover, I believe, like under the leadership of all our executive members, the institutional chapters, the students and faculty chapters will be the nodes and epicenter so that we can develop the infrastructure, the potential, the skills among authors to contribute more and more quality research works into international databases and repositories like publications. So the goal of IFRP chapters will be towards the direction of increasing the capacity. So in other words, I can say that it will be towards the capacity building of researchers by increasing their potential to develop quality researchers that get accepted and published in high quality research repositories and publications. Moreover, this type of international collaborations will globalize the ideas and globalize the networks and the connections of the universities of UAE. I would request all executive members and Honorable Chairperson of IFRP, Dr. Chitturai Ponselvan sir and Dr. Sachidanand HK, the General Secretary of IFRP UAE, to take leadership at this point of time and make it productive and contributing towards the nation. And by the upcoming days, we will be delivering our quality services, our quality academic and education-related services at institutions level. And as our vision of doing this multidisciplinary conference, we speak about multidisciplinary conference. The reason is that in next 3 years, we will be entering into industrial sectors. So industrial implementation and industrial trials needs involvement of interdisciplinary sectors. So as of now, in year 2021, we are doing multidisciplinary conferences. In the upcoming days, we will be organizing conferences interdisciplinary, where we have experiments, trials, and implementations, and survey and analysis of different type of disciplines. So not only IFRP or other allied structures that are working, we are working on life sciences as well also for the development, and we'll be promulgating those services to the nation also. Moreover, we are, as I highlighted, we are looking into partnering with all leading universities along with the leading industries and corporates, so that students will get a scope of industrial knowledge and industrial implant trainings could be also delivered. At this point of time, I urge everyone for their valuable support and maximum contribution. And we have a provision of free membership as well for students and faculties with our services. And we also do have premium membership with some value-added services which is being presented by my colleagues and is also properly presented in our website. So I urge everyone to be a part of this organization. I urge everyone to be a contributor, because our responsibility is to promulgate, circulate, and deliver the scientific and academic knowledge that is being developed in different parts of the globe. But it is much essential that everyone, all of us, must contribute in terms of innovation so that we will be able to form a common platform, and the platform grows and grows only with contribution of knowledge, skills, and innovations. So I would request everyone to contribute their ideas and innovations in our platform. And I would also urge all the members of IFRP UAE to contribute to the nation and contribute to the Middle East also. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce our committee members of the IFERP UAE section. Dr. Chitturai Ponselvan M is the chairperson of IFERP UAE section. We are so happy to have you as the chairperson, sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Ms. Dr. Manish to present the memento to Dr. Ponselvan. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The General Secretary of IFERP UAE section is Dr. Sachidananda H.K., Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Dubai. Unfortunately, he could not make it to the event. We are so happy to have you as the General Secretary, sir. Thank you. Next, we have the Executive Member for Membership Management, IFERP UAE section, Mr. Wissam M. Jadai, Abu Dhabi University, Dubai. He could not make it to the event as well. We are so happy to have you as the executive member, sir. Next, we have our executive member for conferences and events, hackathon, and other chapter activities for IFERP UAE section, Dr. Raed Kamal Musa Kakish, Canadian University of Dubai. We are happy to have you as the executive member, sir. I'd like to request Dr. Ponselvan to present the memento to you. Next, we have our executive member for newsletter treasurer, IFERP UAE section, Dr. Manish A. Keval Ramani, Abu Dhabi University, Dubai. We are so happy to have you, sir. I'd request Dr. Ponselvan to present the memento to Dr. Manish. Thank you, sir. Next, we have our executive member for guest lecturer and FDPs, Dr. Iyad Ahmed from Canadian University of Dubai. We are so happy to have you, sir, and unfortunately he could not make it to the event. We would present the memento to Dr. Raed shortly after the event. Now we will be playing the UAE national anthem and will be proceeding for the ribbon cutting for the inauguration. Thank you, everyone. We would like to invite We would like to invite all the UAE chapter members for the inauguration. It's over there. It's over there. I'd like to request all the guests to come near the dais for a group picture, and then we can proceed to the technical session 1. Yes. And I'd also request all the Zoom participants to switch on their cameras for the group picture. A couple of notes before starting the technical session 1 and 2. All the delegates will be limited to a 10 minutes time slot for the presentations. And before you start your presentation, please give your pen drive or any other devices that you have your presentations in at the desk here and have them ready. And yeah, please stick to the 10 minutes time slot. We will be leaving for the lunch break right now, and we will be back in 40 minutes, 150, sorry.
There is some time in preparation of the lunch, so
Hmm.
we can get started with the few presentations. I'm ready now.
Yeah, sure.
We need some time.
Okay. All right, let's stick to the actual schedule. We will continue with the first technical presentation, the impact of BIM authoring tools on the business agility of the architectural profession. Presentation by Dr. Raed Khakish from Canadian University. I'd like to invite you, sir.
My colleague is sharing with he was sharing his screen.
That repeat, timeliness is the key here. We have lots of presentations. You
quite a few of them on the virtual mode as well. So we'll try to stick to the schedule. That's how everybody will get 10 minutes, including questions and answers. Okay, so the maximum I have timing as one of the assessment thing over here. Okay.
My friend is trying to share it from. I think you cut him off or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we expand it? Can we enlarge it?
Yeah, it's okay now. Would you want it like this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Can we hear? Can we hear if he? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Assam? Can you please say something? Can we hear him now? You think if he speaks?
Can you? Yeah, please. Can you please ask him to speak?
Can you speak something, Assam?
No, it'll have to switch on. He's not able to speak from there. Can you increase the volume or something?
Yeah, but I want to hear your voice. There's a host, he has given permission. You need to give him permission. Give him permission to speak.
Yeah. What is the participant's name? What is the participant's name? Can you spell it?
Send me your name as it looks on the internet, on Zoom.
Sir, I think they will do it. Meanwhile, you can start speaking.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Because he has to hear me and I hear him because he's taking control of the slides.
Yeah, he'll be able to hear you. You can just say next slide or something.
You want to keep this here? I can just take up the title because I don't have the slides or anything with me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Good.
We'll have a mic arrangement.
Do I need to stay here behind this? Yeah, hello. Because the camera is there. Right?
Hello? Hello, good evening.
Sam, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Excellent. So, yeah, that's good. So good evening, everyone, or good afternoon. Today we are continuing with the discussion about the smart cities because this was actually the presentation we had a few minutes ago contributed a lot to smart cities, and we are also in line. We are presenting something in line with smart cities, which is building information modeling. Two of them are at the same time, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I did switch it up.
Okay. So, can you hear me? This is good? Yes. Okay, excellent. This is a presentation about a research has been going on in Jordan for the last 3 years, actually. This research was investigating the impact of... Okay. Is that good? No? Okay, now? It's the first presentation, so we get all the heat now. So this is it's like experimental presentation. So basically, this is what we're aiming. We spent the last few years. We're still having some echo there. One of the mics maybe is still open. Okay. All right. Let's move on. So this is a research, a very extremely important research because it's been going on for the last few years. A lot of discussion about BIM, building information modeling, and okay, all right, sure. So the whole aspect of this research was to study or investigate the effect of building information modeling on the agility of our offices, architectural offices or engineering offices, whether or not building information modeling can affect really the way our offices actually are behaving or they are becoming more efficient and effective. So, Sam, can you hear me? Can we go to the next slide, please? Sam? Hello? Thank you. Now? Hello? Okay, this is good. Yes, thank you. So this research actually, we have investigated most of the engineering offices in Jordan, which were about 1,246 offices. We received 10% response, which was really good for us, which it is about 125 offices responded to our questionnaire, and we managed to gather a lot of information from this questionnaire. Next slide, please, Sam. Next, Sam. Yes, the other way. So this is the response rate. We talked about it. The next one, please. Okay, so the main aspect of this research was basically, as I said before, it's to discuss the innovation of building information modeling and the way it interacts with our work as offices, engineering offices in Jordan. And this was a pilot study because we want to mimic what's going on in the UK nowadays in terms of BIM, even in the UAE here in Dubai. There is a lot of improvement in the way governments are looking into building information modeling and how they are being used in construction, basically. Next, please, Hassan. So basically, in a nutshell, we wanted to discuss whether to find out whether or not BIM is influencing the financial or improved information sharing, or basically reducing the time limits in our offices or in our project management, and whether or not it affects the way we build our building nowadays. And this is also in rhyme with building smart cities and smart buildings. Building now BIM is actually initiating this sort of process, the new process of building construction. Next, please, Assam. Okay, Assam, I will let you speak about BIM now, and then we'll take it from where the findings. Go ahead. Assam? It's a challenge to do a presentation from a hybrid presentation. Assam, are you there? Maybe he's not getting the... Are you there, Assam? Can you hear me? So, again, when we talk about benefits of BIM, building information modeling, we are talking about maximizing efficiency. So a lot of offices nowadays are having a lot of problems with being efficient and effective and productive. And with the introduction of building information modeling, we are sure to reduce cost in the office. And we also give a bit better outcomes in terms of project management. Next, Assam. Sorry, we can't hear you, so I'm going to go on with the presentation. Next, please. I think we lost him. Can we put the presentation from our end, please? we have it here on this, yes. Can you just open it? Because it's easier. Hmm? Okay, good, good. So are you with us, Assam? Can you say anything? I don't think he's able to communicate with us, yes. So basically, when we talk about BIM nowadays, and just to put you in the picture, in the past, when contractors used to build buildings, they would actually produce a set of drawings. And then during the actual construction process, there's always problems, and there are always like clashes between mechanical, electrical, and different aspects of the building. Nowadays, with BIM information, building information modeling, BIM, we can actually detect all these clashes before they happen on site. So basically, we can save a lot of money. We can reduce the time that is being used for building information modeling, and we can also make flexibility for our future prospects. So BIM basically is a life cycle from start to end in any project, and this is why it's becoming now very efficient. This is why Dubai, for example, nowadays is implementing BIM in all the projects that exceeds 10 floors. So in the UK now, BIM is also implemented in all of the municipality projects. Next, Hassan. Can you say anything? Can you speak, or you're not given any permission to speak here? Hello. Okay, so Assam, they are working on it.
But it's not audible at the live venue, sir. We are sorry about it.
Sorry?
Okay, but let the host open the video.
Okay,
and
okay, we can hear you. Okay, go
the
ahead.
video of my cameras. Please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, you can enable your camera.
Yes.
No, I can't because the host.
Okay, okay,
We
that's
can
not a
hear you,
problem.
Assam.
No
We can hear
problem.
you. Go ahead. This is a challenge for us. If it works, then anybody can do this. So, is it working?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Assam. Assam,
Okay,
Assam is my partner in this research. By the way, he is the manager of Omniplan. Omniplan is a training center in Jordan, and they have been working for the last 10 years.
Okay, so doctor, I can repeat the benefits, or you want to explain about benefits?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, about benefits of BIM and this research, we talk about maximize efficiency in construction industry and reduce the cost and wastage in the same industry, and better insights and monitor our project. So BIM used for visualization and deliver the 100% of our ideas to our client, and to make clash detections in the construction projects, as clashes also make 15% of wastage in money and time, and this is lead us to make more clear visibility of our construction projects. Is by using cost estimations and design reviews and good quantity takeoff. This is about virtual projects. This is not actual projects, virtual projects in the computers inside offices.
Assam, we have 2 minutes now. Go ahead.
This process.
Let's go to conclusions, Assam.
All project processes before make any construction, physical construction in the site. So,
Assam, we have 2 minutes.
So this research looked into the 3 main areas in relation to the offices in Jordan and their abilities of agile. So we talk about the ability to reduce project cost in Jordan and in general, the ability to reduce project duration, and the ability to improve project quality and productivity. So we talk about these. This is 3 main areas.
Next slide. Next slide. Yes. So, next slide, Assam. Let's go to conclusions, please.
These variables. These variables are
He's not here. Assam, we should be given extra 2 minutes here. It is already. This is like the shortest presentation. Okay, Assam, I'm going to just conclude here. I just want to say something that when we're using building information modeling, or when we are introducing building information modeling to any new construction, we are actually saving a lot of money. I don't know if you heard here in most of the towers, when they build them, they use building information modeling. Some of the towers here in Dubai, they've saved about millions of dollars because of clash detection before they start building. So this is very interesting research. I think the paper will be available soon in one of those journals, hopefully. And this will, give you an impression about the extent of this research and the importance of this research. Unfortunately, we found out that in Jordan, most offices, the old offices, they don't like to use new technology. Only young offices, they are introducing new technology. We found out that most of the offices are using BIM just for 3D visualization. And we have a long way to go. So sorry about this. Thank you so much for this time, for this 10 minutes time. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? In that case, challenging for me as well. Thank you, Dr. Rai and Dr. Essam, for your presentation on BIM. BIM is really an upcoming technology. It has several features, as Dr. Rai already said. We end up in saving. So as far as my knowledge goes, we save up to 30 to 40%. Yeah, I teach it as one of the topics in my course. So and this is something which is essential as far as Abu Dhabi municipality approved. Yeah, which could be roughly 20 to 25% of the overall cost. Yeah. So what I was saying is any project that is being approved by Abu Dhabi municipality has to go through this process of building information modeling. Thank you so much for this informative piece of work. I think we will split now for the lunch.
Yes.
And we will strictly have 30 minutes to finish the lunch. I'm really sorry about it. And we come back and continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Myself, Dr. J. Swaraj. I work as a scientist in EPTRI, Environmental Protection Training Research Institute. It's a Telangana branded institute of environmental subject. So it is from India. We do environmental case studies of India, whatever the impact assessments we do. So my topic is basically GIS and remote sensing in Medi-Waste management. Most of us might not have heard about remote sensing and GIS. So let me give a small introduction how remote sensing helps in our daily life and what is the use of remote sensing. Let me give. So remotely means places which we cannot reach. That objects we are sensing using the usage of satellites. Based on these satellites imagery, we are analyzing impacts of that ground area. How much impact is coming with whatever the environmental components are regarded. If suppose the industry is going to be set up in a place, so within that area, what are the impacts that are going to come? These all studies we are using remote sensing and GIS and satellite imagery for analyzing of impacts. So let me go away faster, next slide. So if you can see this person, he is William Malt. He was reported missing in 1997. This person was missing in 1997 on that day. So he was not seen for many years. So his wife gave a complaint to the nearest by police station that my husband is missing. 2 years passed, 3 years passed, 4 years passed. But this person has not been found. During this time, a school child who is studying some 10th class or something, his teacher gave him to do project, go to Google Image, search your house, locate it, and bring that project work. So that student was searching in the Google for his house. While he was searching, he sensed something fishy in the lake beside his house. After searching, there was a slightly white color thing which was found. So he called his uncle. Uncle, I'm seeing something in the Google image beside house. There is something in the lake. But his uncle and the police went and saw the lake. There is nothing found in that. The police came and searched using some technical, next slide. Using the technical things. So unfortunately, they found a car, next slide, They found a car in that lake. You can see the white colored one. So they pulled out that car and the body remains where of that person, who was missing in 1997. He was found after almost a decade in 2019. That means usage of satellite imagery is very important, and we can find such kind of things on the using satellite imagery where we cannot reach. Next slide. And this is one more example of oil slick. In the Indian Ocean, a submarine was leaving all the oil, dirty oil into the ocean. And the Sri Lankan team says that India is polluting the Indian Oceans. India was conveying that Sri Lanka is doing. But our Indian satellites prove that that was the Sri Lankan submarine which was leaving all the oil into the oceans. This is one more example. And next example comes to a dust storm which was traveling all the way from Oman to Ahmedabad. So a person who was standing in Ahmedabad on his building sensed some kind of dust. So he thought this was the dust coming from beside his house or some area. So, but our satellite image proves that this is not the dust from beside us, it is coming all the way from Oman without any passport. So that's the thing, we can use usage of satellite image. With using this satellite image, we have done some small experiment, that is how we can use in the Mediwaste disposal. Next one. So with COVID, everyone is aware of Mediwaste. So how we are disposing, what are the things we are Mediwaste disposal. So in Hyderabad, which is a metropolitan city in India, Mediwaste disposal is done properly. There is a small town which is nearby to Hyderabad. There no one takes care how to dispose it because it is very near to a metropolitan city. So they will take directly in a truck without any proper management. So next up. So next. So this is how they are taking the Mediwaste. See, without any precautions, they are openly taking this Mediwaste. If suppose this Mediwaste falls into some drinking water lake beside the road, it will pollute all the things. So using this satellite imagery, how we have done this precautionary studies, we have shown. So we have located where this Mediwaste disposal sites are there. We have generated the land use land cover map of that study area and the environmental influence. What are the major sensitive zones of that area we have identified, and this is the study area. Next one. So methodology is first we have done a questionnaire survey of the local clinics where they are disposing the Mediwaste and from how they are disposing the Mediwaste. Based on that questionnaire survey, we have identified the major sites of this disposal zones. And later we have identified the sensitive zones and we done land use land cover survey. So this is biomedical waste, just introduction. Skip it, Amma. So these are the locations which we have identified based on our questionnaire survey in the Hyderabad area. So these Mediwaste is transferred to the nearby metropolitan city from the city. Next. So this is the base map or we call a topo sheet map of that study area. Next. So this is the key map where we have done our study that is in India, that from Telangana the study area has been taken. So for identify this, when we have gone for a questionnaire survey, we have taken the GPS locations of that clinics where we have done, and those are the clinics which we have identified. So we have done everything in the QGIS software. In QGIS software, one component is there, that is OpenStreetMap. In OpenStreetMap, we can download any road network map of any area. That is, if you can go to America, we need not go to US and take road network map over there. In QGIS, if you go and take this OpenStreet layer map, we can download any kind of OpenStreets. So this is how we are getting OpenStreet maps of that study area. Next one. And we are removing which are not important for us. We are removing that from the study area, and only we are keeping the roads. Next one. And this is how we found the major roads which are connecting the metropolitan city to the study area. So based on that, we have done the buffering zone of 1 kilometer, how far the impact, if a van containing medi-waste goes in that area, how far the impact, 1 kilometer impact we have taken. Next one. We have taken this satellite imagery of that 1 kilometer. Next. And we have done the land use land cover mapping. That means what is the cropping area, what is the water lake composition, what is the kharif crop, and everything, what is the scrubland, what is the forest area, everything is done in this, shown in this map. So according to our results, next one. So these are the legend we have got in the map, agriculture crop area. We have seen that most of the area is cropland. Next one, speed up. These are most of the land is found to be cropping area. Next one. So next. So if you find this, we have done route-wise analysis. What is the most impacted area? Which road is the most impacted area? So based on our work, we have concluded that there are 3 routes. Route number 1 is the national highway. So everybody tries to move in a national highway because it is a smooth running way. And based on, if you see this national highway, there are a lot of cropping area. If suppose a medi-waste comes and falls in the cropping area, that entire crops will be affected. So the second road has a major water body, which is providing drinking water to the metropolitan city, Hyderabad. So, and that area also has some speed breakers. So the third is the majority sensitive zones can be proposed best route. The third has very less number of sensitive zones. So we are proposing that the third route is the best route for transportation of the medi-waste. Thank you, ma. This will be my presentation. I have completed it very fast. Any questions? Please. We have done ground truthing, sir. That's what when we have done ground truthing, we have identified that there are many speed breakers in the second route. Without ground truthing, we didn't know that there are speed breakers. Satellite imagery can't show this speed breaker. Yes, we have correlated that cropping area also. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon everyone present here. I will just make a quick presentation about our paper. It is the aspect of e-waste reverse supply chain, a literature review. Actually, this is a part of our funded project. The fund is approved by Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Sultanate of Oman under block funding. So we are thankful to them for funding this project. The main title is Reverse Logistic for E-Waste Strategic and Sustainable Approach for SMEs in Oman. This is a part of this study. We have just done a literature review. So the purpose of study is to just understand the concept and issues associated to e-waste and reverse supply chain, to evaluate the factors and system associated to e-waste supply chain, and to provide e-waste reverse logistic framework for future direction in context of Oman. Actually, if you see, the most important aspect is e-waste, which is growing across the globe, and it has amplified the complexity of waste management related to electronic waste, because nowadays, even if you see the government and the legislation also is giving importance to control the e-waste so that the hazards which arise from e-waste can be minimized. Even the manufacturers are reassessing the strategies towards supply chain, reverse supply chain, mainly to take control over the product returns and develop the network design. So keeping in this view, for instance, if you see just one part of e-waste is mobile phone, which is increasing. If you see, there is a study which says that around 173 million smartphones in 2009 was the waste was so much, but now it is increased in 2016 is amplified to 1.47 million during 2006. So there is a necessary or a need for reverse supply chain system to manage the electronic scrap which is generated by electronic goods. The basic research approach, since it's a literature review, we have done a systematic review of literature. Between 2011 to 2021, we have searched around 320 research articles. Out of that, we found 61 research articles, and we have prepared this literature review based on this. The key finding is basically, if you look into the e-waste reverse supply chain concept and issue, as I have mentioned earlier, the challenges have increased and the complexity, especially related to recovering, recycling and reusing the substance generated from e-waste has increased. And huge number of dangerous substance can be found in the e-waste, and this has created a lot of environmental and health issues. If you see the study according to World Economic Forum, it says that 2% of solid waste is streamed. Only 2% of solid waste is streamed out, but the hazard which arise from this is almost like 70%. And even in Oman, we don't have a proper e-waste management system. All the e-waste is used only for landfilling or dumping sites, which is managed by municipalities. There are around 350 dumping sites on landfills which is available in Oman. So this study claim, many studies have also claimed that a proper treatment of e-waste activities will increase urban mining. That is, we can get precious metals from the product e-waste, recovered e-waste. This reverse system, reverse supply chain process, how it works is basically it is like a double loop, which we call it as a closed loop system, where it includes both forward and reverse systems chain. We have seen only the forward supply chain, that is, it starts from production and it goes to the end user, but we are going to focus on reverse supply chain flow, which comes from end users to recycling, recovery and redistribution or resale of the product. So the key findings, if you see, we look into the determinants of reverse supply chain is basically there are many things which we need to take care before the proper reverse supply chain management occurs, like starting from designing of reverse distribution. That is, here the network design is very important. Decision making and performance evaluation for the process like recycling, remanufacturing, repair and reuse is very important. The most important thing is the consumer behavior, the technological aspect, as well as the government legislation and the entrepreneur perspective is very important. If you look from the environmental point of view, and awareness and the consumer behavior changes were definitely required. So we can just sum up from the literature finding that it is very critical to build an integrated approach to manage the e-waste, particularly related to product returns, network design, and so on. So based on this, we have just go to the next slide because of time constraint. We have just suggested a future direction in context of Oman, where we say that this is our suggestion which we are going to make in our future research. We are going to talk about how the e-waste generated, what are the type we need to understand that. Based on that, the behavioral aspect, both from the user point of view and the producer point of view, should be taken care. And then there should be a proper system for disposal of e-waste so that recycling and reuser market opportunities can increase. And for all these things, the most important aspect is network design model, which is necessary. And here there is a scope for the entrepreneurs, because there is a lot of scope for the entrepreneurs to open up many business opportunities and new market for especially the reusable market. So these are some of the references. Mostly in the developing countries, we have seen that the informal collectors are very popular, but we are going to suggest and we are going to say that a formal e-waste processing system is required. This will require huge investment, but also the political consideration also is needed from this. I know many countries have started doing this, but we are going to insist more on this, especially in context of Oman. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Doctor.
Can I ask you please about the quantification of the e-waste, and then what sort of control are we having on e-waste? And then if there are any categorization system has been implemented in the e-waste in Oman about this? And finally, is there a process as a mechanism for this? I don't know if you can.
The first question I didn't hear from.
The first question is about
Quantification of e-waste. See, it depends upon anything which is used as plug, and this one is e-waste. And the e-waste can be categorized into different categories, that is large, small, and medium. In Oman, as such, if you see at present, there is no proper system of e-waste. Is recently started, where the government has started funding for this, and Bihar is one of the organization which has started on managing the e-waste, where they are trying to segregate the e-waste into different categories. Our suggestion is mostly going to be the manufacturers need to retake, so product returns is important. These product returns facilities are not available. So because of that, all the e-waste goes into dustbin or it goes into landfilling. Hope I have answered your question.
In the model you showed, the last model,
Yes.
I didn't see the control. There's no control unit on this, because at one point some of the e-waste should not be reproduced again or something.
Yeah, that's why we have suggested a network, the disposable facility, where we are talking about the reuser market and recycling process. So what you are suggesting comes under that. We will definitely take care of it. Thank you. Hope I have answered all your questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Haripriya Murali Krishnan and I work in the field of information technology. So I'm a technical writer and I'm going to be talking about software documentation and how user feedback is very, very important in maintaining sustainable software documentation. Next, please. Next. Okay, so the contents for today's presentation will include an approach that is called Cloud Docs, where we in our company have made use of the documentation technology with the cloud. So both put together can create a sustainable documentation kit for any software product. And I'll be talking a little bit about the methods that we've been using and what is the future of Cloud Docs as well. And in my last section, I'll be covering about user feedback, what are the tools that we used and some methods that we used and what results we got from that. Next, please. Okay, next, you can skip this. Next. Okay. So the biggest challenge that technical writers face these days is, next, content collaboration and getting timely feedback. So when I say content collaboration, it's when multiple people work in an organization, the content for a software documentation kit has to come essentially from everyone in the organization. So everyone is a subject matter expert, and getting input and feedback from every one of them is very, very important in developing the entire documentation. And that is one of the biggest challenges that a technical writer faces. Next. So how this has been overcome is using a method called Cloud Docs management. Next. Okay. So before that, I'll just quickly run through what we do in our company. I work for a company called DCCAP. DCCAP is an end-to-end e-commerce solution provider for mainly for B2B brands. So DCCAP has its own line of digital products that help in developing the B2B brands. Next. And one such product is called Chloris. Next. So what Chloris does is that, what Chloris does is that is an integration middleware. It integrates data between two systems. So say for example, there is an e-commerce system and there is an ERP system. Chloris is like a plug and play middleware that will seamlessly sync data between two systems. So that is the concept of Chloris. Next. 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 Okay. So some of the advantages of using Chloris is that it's a SaaS-based application. It is completely on the web. So there is essentially no downtime to this particular product. So it keeps running day in and day out. It integrates data from multiple systems within an organization. So what happens is that the entire business model is completely taken care of by this one product in terms of integrating the data. Next. So for such a product that has no downtime and it is completely on the cloud, it is running 100% of the time, the documentation requirement is that it has to be a doc kit that is also 100% on the cloud, and there should be no dependencies on the where, when, and who. Next. So the solution that we came up, again, Cloud Docs management. Next. I'll be talking in detail. So what we did with the Cloud Docs management is that we took some basic tools like the, next, can you go through the entire slide? Yeah. So we took basic tools like Google Docs and Gitbook that are 100% on the cloud and made a combination of both. So using this, we can keep the content and formatting separate. Once the content is uploaded in the website, it automatically gets published. There is scope for multi-channel output. There is infinite revision history, and it's also useful in gathering analytics. Next. Okay, so as you can see, this is one of the ways in how we can analyze the version history and how the content has been changed in the document. So this is like real-time data from the documentation kit itself. Next. Next. Can you just go through the entire slide, please? Thank you. So these are some of the advantages that we found by using Cloud Docs for content management. So I'll just quickly go through the important ones. One is that the revision history. So for any document, the revision history is very, very important. And by uploading this entire thing to the cloud, I think the revision history was maintained perfectly, and we are able to see the changes very accurately. Editing on the go. So say for example, someone is not available to edit the document. Essentially anyone in the team can do that, and that's where the editing on the go concept came up. And another thing that we are currently working on is reusing the content and retrieving the content whenever required. So for example, for legacy systems, say the documentation kit is going to be like volumes and volumes of pages. So the content can exist in multiple places. So if there is a change made in one place, it has to reflect in the other place. So that's when content reuse comes into picture, and that is something we are currently working on. Next. Okay, you can skip this slide. Next. Next. Okay. So these are some of the screenshots from the documentation kit itself. So how effectively this method was used. So searchable titles, as in when people are looking for answers from a software product, they want direct answers, and direct answers are produced under searchable titles. So if someone was to search for a particular title, we want that to be readily available to the user. Next. Proper segmentation. So as you can see here, we have divided the documentation itself into 3 sections: user guide, tutorials, and developer documentation. There are more sections we are adding to this, but the key is we have divided it into proper segments. Next. And providing direct answers to questions. So instead of giving very detailed explanations, the key is to give direct and straightforward answers. Next. Okay. So the outcome of this approach is that automatic deployment is as soon as we write the content, it automatically gets uploaded to the cloud, and we can just access it instantly. Multi-channel output, as in being able to view it from the phone, a tab, a computer, so the multiple channels that are available to us. Collaborative, as in everyone in the team can collaborate and provide feedback on the content, and it is secure and no downtime. Next. Okay. Yeah, so this is according to the internet. There's 2.5 quintillion data that is available on the IoT every day. So next. Why I'm saying this is that this data should be easily accessible from all kinds of devices. Next. Okay, so the Cloud Docs approach that we followed is that use more images and illustrations in the document, focus on the content of the content and answer to the point. Next. Next. Okay, remove old and outdated content, keep only relevant information in the document, and make sure it complies with the product changes as well. Next. Okay, so and how the troubleshooting happens is that the entire team writes. So when I say that I'm a technical writer, so I take care of writing the documents, but essentially the entire team contributes to making the content better. Okay, yeah, and we can also include use cases, best practices, and possible errors. Next. Okay, and checklist is also effective in maintaining this consistency. Next. Okay, you can skip. Okay, so where we see the future of Cloud Docs is that we want to automate content development. So instead of writing content again and again, we want to upload content in one centralized database and make sure that a tool pulls the data and develops or generates a documentation kit. Next. Okay, next. Want to go to user feedback. Next. Okay, so user feedback. So why user feedback matters is that mainly we want to make sure that the documentation kit complies 100% with the product. So if there is a change made in the product, that should be reflected in the documentation. And that is only possible when a user gives feedback after reading the documentation. Next. And when I say users, they are the direct end customers who actually read the documents, the developers, the testers, the business executives, marketing personnel. So we need to make sure that they all read the documents and give us timely feedback. And some of the methods that I used is to actually sit down and talk to them, get direct information from them, hold Q&A sessions, and then also have monthly reviews with them. And these are some of the tools that I used. And as you can see, these are some real-time results that we've obtained from this feedback. Okay, thank you. Any
questions, please?
Sorry? Chorus is a tool by itself, and the documentation kit is associated with that tool. We don't pay anything for it. We are using only the free version of all the tools, so we don't pay anything for the documentation kit. But as for Chorus, I'm not aware of the cost involved. Okay. Thank you.
I just have one more concern. Actually, not a concern, but maybe she mentioned about content collaboration. I completely understand the challenge with every project we do these days. has multiple constraints or parameters to take care of. So every project is quite diversified. But when you say you're removing the old content and you're trying to upload, as far as I understood, is relevant information, right? So relevant is a relative term, right?
So when I say relevant, I was actually talking about when a change is made to a product. I'll give you a simple example. So a product has a dashboard page, right? A software product. Say an icon is changed in that particular page. The small icon, maybe it's changed. So that has to be changed in the document. So even as small as that. So when I say relevant, it should be relevant to the product. So when something changes in the product, it should change in the documentation as well. So it should be parallelly edited or parallelly changed. That's well coordinated. Yes, well coordinated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shokhan Osman from Hawlier Medical University, Kurdistan region of Iraq. I would like to thank ICASM conference for organizing this day and give me the opportunity to present my study, which is about the green synthesis of silver nanoparticles that extracted from aqueous extract of Tinospora crispa stems accelerates the wound healing process in rat skin. Next slide. The aim of our study was to evaluate the role of silver nanoparticle in enhancing the rate of wound closure, healing, and the wound closure rates and the wound healing effects in excision wounds in rat skin. The next slide. Okay, in our study, we use 24 Sprague-Dawley male rats. We induce in vivo excision wounds. After that, we dividing them into 4 groups: negative control, positive control, low dose, and high dose. For a negative control group, we use Vaseline. For the positive control, we use anthracite gel. For low dose and high dose, we actually use the silver nanoparticle in 2 doses, 135 ppm and 350 ppm. We divide every 24 Sprague-Dawley male rats into 4 groups, 6 male rats for each group. And we address the treatment twice daily. Then we sacrificed the animals at the day 14th. Next. Okay, this photo showing the excision skin wounds on day 0, operation day, before starting the treatment. A uniform wound was excised from the nape dorsal neck of each rat. This is the macroscopic appearance of the wound healing area at day 5, 10, and at the end day of the treatment. This photo showing that the negative control or the low dose and high dose using treatment of silver nanoparticles showing a good result in reducing the wound area with a good wound healing effect in comparison with the vehicle and negative control group. Next slide. Okay, this figure showing the wound closure rates, percentage of wound closure in each group. The low dose using the low dose and the high dose of silver nanoparticles showing a good result in comparison with the vehicle and negative control. This table showing the results of endogenous cytokines, tumor necrosis factor, and transforming growth factor beta. The treated groups with using low dose and high dose of silver nanoparticle showing reducing level significant reduced level of tumor necrosis factor alpha in comparison with the vehicle group, while increasing the rate of the cytokine into transforming growth factor beta in silver nanoparticle group in comparison with the vehicle group. The photo showing the histology of the wound healing after at day 14 of the treatment, after staining it with hematoxylin eosine stain. The vehicle group showing a great wound closure in comparison with the treated groups with silver nanoparticle, low dose and high dose, which is showing more reducing the wound closure with less inflammatory cells, with more fibrin, and more collagen in comparison with the negative control. This is also the histology appearance of the tissue slides of the treated groups with the silver nanoparticle, which showing more collagen, more fibroblasts, less scar, less inflammatory cells of the granulation tissue in comparison with the control group. This confirmation, this finding, histology findings of our tissue sections is confirmed by Masson trichome staining, which showing the same result like hematoxylin eosine staining. This is the high magnification of wound granulation tissue that stained with the Masson trichome at day 14. The previous slide was at 20x, but this slide was given at 100x, which is the oil immersion power of light microscope. This photo showing the immunohistochemical analysis of tissue sections that stain with heat shock protein 70. This protein, it's an anti-apoptic protein. This protein was increased in the treated groups with the silver nanoparticle, was showing higher rate of this protein in comparison with the vehicle or control group. This slide or this tissue sections, the confirmation of the immunohistochemical, the previous one, please. Okay, this is showing the Bax protein, which is the inflammatory protein at day 14 of the treatment. The treated groups with the low dose and high dose of silver nanoparticles showing reduced level of the Bax protein in comparison with the vehicle group. This figure showing the effect of silver nanoparticle on the level of the endogenous enzymes like catalase, superoxide dismutase, and malondihyde peroxidation, lipid peroxidation. Actually, the treated group with silver nanoparticles showing higher significant higher level of catalase and superoxide dismutase in comparison with the vehicle group, while showing a reduced level significantly of these treated groups in comparison with the vehicle or control group. In conclusion, silver nanoparticle suggestively improved the cell proliferation and stimulated the rate of wound closure with less scarring, increasing the fibroblasts and collagen, and less inflammatory cells compared with the vehicle control group. Silver nanoparticles also raise endogenous enzymes like catalase, SOD, and raising also the transforming growth factor beta, while declining the lipid peroxidation enzyme and tumor necrosis factor alpha in wound homogenates. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready if you have any question regarding my study. Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I was wondering, are you going to use humans for experimentation?
Actually, we don't have
see
this
if-
mentality to using
Because I
volunteer
think-
human.
No, is there really, what's the next step for this research? I mean,
What's that?
where do we go? Where do we go on?
Where we go, we will follow our result, and we will using maybe extra doses of silver nanoparticle, and we will make another, for example, another formula having silver nanoparticle with another extract, plant extract, because this silver nanoparticles that we prepared, actually we got it from a plant, Tinospora crispa, which was previously was used as anti-inflammatory and was used to treat a lot of illnesses or diseases like rheumatism, like reducing fever, like internal inflammation, and so on.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, doctor.
If you allow me to just one more minute, what kind of wounds are we talking about? Is it like a burning wound or?
Open wound and superficial wounds. Yes, superficial ones.
Yeah, thank
That
you.
related. Related with that epidermal layer of the skin. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
please.
well, full disclosure, totally ignorant in natural sciences. I come from the management science. But I just want to, I think it's close to what Dr. Wright was just mentioning in the area of the use of rats and, of course, not human objects here. Did you consider some ethics in your research, even though we're talking about rats? That's number one. Number two, again, what I was made to understand in the natural science, please correct me if I'm wrong, is the confidence level required should be higher than what we normally use in the management science, for example. Because I noticed you have 0.5 p-values, right?
Yes.
Why is it not up to confidence level up to 99%? Has there been a change in natural science research lately? Would you like to just educate me on that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. Regarding the first question, why we use animals, we have 3 levels of experiment in the natural science. We have clinical trials, which deals with the human. We have in vivo studies, which deals with the animals. Why we are using animals instead of human? Because, for example, we use rat, mouse, and we use rabbit, and also we use monkeys because they sharing 90% of their genes with the human. That's why. And we have also, at the 3rd level, we have in vitro studies, which will be done at the labs. And we, for example, of course, we use a committee guideline, for ethic guideline for using the animals in our study. Yes.
What about the confidence level?
For confidence level, regarding the biomedical sciences, we actually we use P005 as a significant levels, and sometimes we use 001 as a p-value for significant level. Yes.
Excuse me. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question regarding the toxicity of the silver nitrate. Have you read about it? Have you checked it? What's the toxicity? I mean, if we ever want to go from here to treating a human, how toxic is it? How can we go up?
Okay.
Any idea?
Of course, the toxicity test is done for each plant extract. It has a procedure. It should be tested. Their toxicity, then we can use it on animal or even on human. Without testing the toxicity, we cannot use it. Because the plant extract, maybe they have some constituent, it's very good for human, but sometimes they have other constituent, maybe they affect negatively on human. Yes, we check it already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have the presentation by Mr. Ganesha H about polymer incorporated with transition metals composite for enhanced electrochemical performance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ganesh H. from Mangalore University, Karnataka, India. My topic is a polymer incorporated method, graphene composite for enhanced electrochemical performance. In recently modern world, energy is playing a very important role in various applications such as a supercapacitor, fuel cells, and batteries. Due to supercapacitor is a more high power density and high energy density. Scroll up. Scheme 1 represents the comparison of power density and energy density for energy storage devices. Scroll up. Scheme 2. Scroll up. Scheme 2 is a classification of supercapacitor. Supercapacitor is classified into pseudo supercapacitor and electrical double layer capacitor. Pseudo capacitor is divided into two types materials, conducting polymers and metal oxide. And electrical double layer capacitor is divided into three types, graphene and carbon nanotube and activated carbon. And we make composite for hybrid materials, hybrid capacitor divided into three types, battery type, asymmetric supercapacitor and composite hybrids. We are taken polyaniline. Polyaniline is a conducting material for pseudocapacitive material. It possesses a high theoretical supercapacitance and Polyaniline is considered as one of the outstanding electrode material for energy supercapacitor due to high theoretical specific capacitance, easy synthesis and low cost flexible morphology structure, environmental stability, store the more energy than via supercapacitor. We are taken doped as a graphene oxide material, graphene derivative as a emerged new novel material for scroll down. Graphene oxide derivative as a new emerged energy storage material. Pani and graphene oxide doped material possesses a large specific surface area, high electrical conductivity, wide potential window and long cyclic stability. Scroll up. Methodology. Pani and graphene oxide composite synthesized by one-step polymerization chemical method and graphene oxide synthesized by Amherst method. Resultant discussion. We are taken XRD graph and UV visible optical properties studied by UV visible spectroscopy. XRD pattern possessed a Pani possessed a XRD peak 020 and 200 and Pani graphene oxide possessed a 001 peak. This peak confirms the Pani graphene oxide present in the composite. And your optical study were conducted by UV visible spectrometer. This Pani and Pani graphene oxide possessed a three distinguished peak, 235 nanometer, 337 nanometer and 627 nanometer, which confirms the Pani shifted to red shift in electronic transition process. Next, scroll up. Figure. Figure 2 shows the FECM images of Pani and Pani graphene oxide. Pani shows the spherical structure and Pani graphene oxide composite shows the sheet-like with spherical morphology structure, which confirms the Pani and graphene oxide proper interaction in these images. Figure 3 shows the FTIR spectra analysis of Pani and Pani graphene oxide composite. Pani possessed a prominent characteristic peaks at 1655, 1511, 1312, 1149 and 812 centimeter, which confirms the benzenide and quinide peaks are present in the Pani. And Pani graphene oxide also shows the 1681 per centimeter and 1714 centimeter for wave number, which confirms the graphene oxide present in the Pani. Next. We have studied electrochemical study of Pani and Pani graphene oxide composite for the 3A electrode system, cyclic voltammetry analysis of Pani and Pani graphene oxide composite electrode. Black Pani shows the small curve and Pani graphene oxide shows the large curve. It's a 5-fold current density higher than the Pani. And figure B shows the Pani electrode metal for different scan rate 5 millivolt to 50 millivolt. And figure C shows the Pani and graphene oxide composite for different scan rate 5 millivolt per second to the 50 millivolt per second. Next, figure 5 shows the AAS spectra of Pani and Pani graphene oxide composite. AAS spectra of Pani possesses 30 RCT, and Pani possesses Pani shows the 30 ohm, and Pani graphene oxide possesses 16 ohm. It will shows the small RCT is a exhibit high electrical conductivity than pure Pani. Conclusion. Pani and Pani graphene oxide composite synthesized by in situ polymerization method. Synthesized composite are characterized by FECM, FTIR, UV and XRD. And electrochemical performance characterized by CV and EAS. Pani CV curves exhibit pseudo capacitor nature, and Pani graphene oxide composite shows the electrical double layer capacitor nature. I am thankful to the organizer of ICASETM and IFERP, and I am grateful to the Mangalore University for providing research grant.
Thank you, sir.
Any question?
Any questions?
This is the energy devices purpose, sir. Portable energy devices like electronic devices such as a laptop, battery, power bank.
Okay. It helps our laptop to stay longer, like that?
Its materials, we have studied electrode devices material, which exhibit high capacitance and high specific capacity. It shows the more storage in this material.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you one and all.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Ayub Canley presenting a review for phase change materials and concurrent techniques for thermal energy storage.
Just to give you a heads up, we are running way behind the schedule. So we should have finished this session long time.
I hope I'm going to be very fast. I think you all can see me because I want to control the presentation. Let me use this one. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. The talk is entitled as a review for phase change materials and concurrent techniques for thermal energy storage. My name's, sorry. My name is Eyüp Canlı. I'm 37 years old. I'm from Konya, Turkey. And a short glimpse of Turkey and, of course, Dubai. It's 7 hours of direct flight. Also, I would like to briefly mention about my university. You can see some numbers of infrastructures, some student numbers, some staff numbers here. The top image is from our main gate. The right image is our campus. And you can see the left image, the campus and the neighborhood due to the campus, student houses, etc. I'm going to mention briefly my motivation, then I will mention a few basics, and I will describe my methodology, then I will share some numbers, and I will also review some case literature papers, then I will conclude. You know, thermal systems are everywhere. Also in this room, we have air conditioners, etc. So dealing with heat is everywhere in our life. You can see the below left image is from Dubai. It's a skiing center. They have immense thermal management systems. So storing heat is sometimes very important. We already know the basic motivation. It's the limited resources. And also there's a scholarly popularity of thermal management systems and heat storage. So my main aim, my main goal is to give some numbers about the literature with new studies. Also, I will underline some basic keywords so they have potential of work. Actually, energy is not a divine light or it's not an intangible thing. Energy is micro or macro motion. Heat is the micro motion type of energy, and temperature shows its level. Thermal means a system. It can be mechanical, it's not important, but if it's related to management of temperature and heat, it's called thermal. Work is the fully usable type of energy, and heat storage comes when there is a temperature difference. We have to preserve heat because the flow of the heat creates work. So when there is no need of work, we have to preserve heat. Phase change materials go at this stage because you can store the heat at latent heat energy, store as a latent heat energy. I used popular search engines to get the more recent paper numbers. Then I examined 8 papers. My keywords are PCM, the abbreviated form of phase-changing material. Also, I used thermal storage, heat storage, and effective conductivity because you have a constituent of materials for phase-change materials. So the total of the thermal conductivity is called effective conductivity. The time range is 22 to 22. Yes. In 2020, we see that PCM is the more logical keywords for searching the scholarly engines. Also, Science Direct and Google Scholar seems more logical to use to find related works. In 2021, we see that the numbers of works are increasing, indicating that the popularity of the topic is increasing. In 2022, we see that there are already a lot of papers published. Also in Science Direct, we see that in 2023, there are already some papers. indicating that there are a lot of work on the field. This year, we make a hypothetical comparison of literature models on effective conductivity of materials. So we use some literature models with hypothetical levels. Then we compare them in this way. So we understood that PCM materials having a volume concentration of 0.25 can be predicted by early models, by classical models. But if you have volume concentrations bigger than 0.25, you have to do more elaborate analysis. There is two highly cited papers in literature. One of two is this one. It's dated back to 2009, and it relates the PCM usage with renewable energy systems. The other one is dated back to 2003. It's older than the first one, but it has slightly less citations. This is because they regard the PCM, fast-changing materials, in terms of conventional systems. We see that the works in the literature focus on alternatives, organic alternatives, inorganic alternatives, and also encapsulation structures of the PCM materials, etc. There are a lot of also review papers. I put some images from the review paper. You can see a textile conduction at the right and another encapsulation figure at the left. Also, producing PCM materials are a thing in terms of research. We see that most of the work is done on the renewable energy systems, especially solar thermal systems, because, solar energy is very intermittent, so you have to preserve the heat energy. Therefore, we see that PCM materials are mostly used in renewable energy systems. You can see a classical vacuum type solar energy pipe. Finally, we have two other instances, but we are getting out of time, so I'm skipping them. We see some materials that can be used in PCMs. So my conclusions and remarks are, PCM research field is multidisciplinary. There is a lot of field involved in the research. It's very appealing, both in scholarly manner and in industrial manner, in commercial manner. In terms of mechanical engineering, I think effective conductivity can be studied in the future. Also, transient flow and heat transfer mechanisms are important because it has an interface of solid-liquid phases. And also, structure and production points of the PCMs are getting high attention. Thank you very much for your time, for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Also, we expect you in Turkey if you have time. You are very welcome.
Thank you.
Also, you can send an email to me for more conservation, etc.
Sure, thank you. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
I was expecting to see lesser papers about the PCM, but I suspect two main things. One of them, if you make the research on fast-changing materials, but in terms of renewable energies, you get more citations and more attention. But if you use the same material with conventional systems like a thermosiphon, like a heat management system, somehow it gets less citations, less attention. It's interesting, but also there is a lot of works. It's scary. You can see 200,000 papers in 1 year. It's interesting to see. It is, I think, already known, but since it's multidisciplinary, there are a lot of things to do. For example, in chemistry, people are dealing with chemical reactions. In material science, they build porous structures. For example, my field is heat transfer and fluid flow. We focus on the interface of solids and liquids, etc. So it populates the field. I cannot indicate a single direction, but for instance, in my research field, the effective conductivity and the transient development of the interface is appealing in terms of study.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We have our last presentation for the technical session 1. It's by Mr. Viresh S. Structural morphological characterization of nitric acid and potassium hydroxide activated carbon composite presentation by Mr. Viresh S. Yep. A quick reminder for all the delegates, please keep your presentation to 8 minutes so that there's enough time for the Q&A session as well. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Viresh from India. So my paper title is paper title. The structural morphological characterization of nitric acid, potassium hydroxide, activated carbon composite. The introduction. The activated carbon is a nanocarbon paid more attention due to the possessing a sponge-like structure and made up of a small chemical bonded heteroatoms. The activated carbon obtained after the activation reaction from sperm forms material. The specific surface area of activated carbon show the difference in degree according to the property of the starting material. The specific surface area of the coconut cells is between the 800 and 1000. The several biosorbents such as Propesic and Tesla-based activated carbon and the novelty of this work is activated carbon produced from the cryoto plant seeds. The burn result product is the activated carbon when other process parameters, the muffle furnace, high degree temperature for 800 4 hours. Next, result and discussion. The XRD analysis, XRD figure. So just explanation side, sir. Yeah, this side, explanation. Yeah, first one is this. This side one. Okay. Bill. Come down. The XRD figure first pattern, the activated peak the 20 to 21 degree and 26 corresponding plane, the 110 and 102 diffraction angle. The broad peak assume the amorphous nature of the carbon material. And second is the activated carbon composite, the nitric acid. Apart from the main peak is appeared at the 13.95 degree to 16.83, and other broad peak is 23.92 degree and 42.50 degree. Corresponding planes of the 00 to 207, 010 and 11 crystal plane of the activated process. And figure 3 shows the XRD pattern peak observed at the 2 theta degree, 14.17 degree and 17.21 degree and 23.4 degree and 43.42 degree. Corresponding planes Bragg's reflection of 101, 207, 011 and 11 crystal plane diffraction. And XRD analysis. Left side, that's it. This is, no, sir, that's it. Yeah. No, yeah. So X up, sir, up. Yeah. Up. Yeah. Yeah, up. Yeah. XRD analyze the activated carbon observed peak at the 1548 centimeter is associated to the C double bond C in aromatic ring of carbon structure. The appearance of peak at 2348 centimeter is due to the C triple bond C stretching and higher wave number shifted peak at 3646 centimeter, which is the absorption of the OH group of water molecules. And figure 2b shows the absorbed peak at 1528 centimeter is symmetrically structure vibration of C double bond C carboxylic acid at 1699 centimeter and 2332 centimeter corresponding to CH group, and 3685 centimeters characterized of the hydroxyl group on the minus OH bond. And the figure 2c shows the absorbed bond at 1528 centimeter, 1701 centimeter and 235 centimeter and 372 centimeter assigned to the stretching of C minus OH, phenyl ether, the quinine carboxylic acid and alkyl the respectively. The SEM analysis, scanning electron microscopic analysis. The various magnification revolve the aggregated the irregular surface comparing for the porous indicating its porous material and creative of various size. And figure 3b shows the discontinuity or rough and irregular originated from the large number of cavities of the surface, the caused by the dehydrating action of the activated agent. And the conclusion, the summary of the activated carbon composite sodium nitrate and activated carbon of potassium hydroxide composite successfully synthesized. From the XRD analysis, a crystal nature at the peak observed at the different pattern of the composite. The FTR spectra of composite indicated that the presence of some oxygen functional group, and the same is the result also. All particles are aggregated with each other and activated carbon were covered with a HNO3 and KOH particle in the entire sample. Acknowledgement, author would like to thank you Mangalore University for providing the research fellowship. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This concludes the technical session. If you have any questions, please ask me. Anyone has any questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Let's begin the technical session 2. The first one is an experimental study on the effect of mineral nanofillers with platelet and spherical morphologies on creep resistance of high-density polyethylene. It's the presentation by Mr. Harun. Do we have? Yep.
Hi. Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Harun Sepetçioğlu. I am working at Selçuk University in Turkey. My presentation about an experimental study of the effect of the mineral nanofillers with the platelet and spherical morphology and on creep resistance of high-density polyethylene. So, next page. So, this is content. We will start firstly introduction and materials. So, production of nanocomposites. Yes, it is mine. Next page. So, introduction is the morphology of nanoparticles is of key importance for exploiting the properties of polymer nanocomposites. Despite the great importance of the morphology, is very important of nanoparticles. It is generally not taken into account and practical never compared. So, this situation is not due to negligence of the scientists, but rather the intrinsic difficulty of accurately characterizing the morphology of nanoparticles. And so, limited number of ways now for controlling the shape or morphology. Next page. So, okay, the study aims to investigate morphology effects of mineral nanofillers, which have platelet and spherical. We have two morphology on the short-term creep behavior of the high-density polyethylene-based nanocomposites. Next. So you can see easily high-density polyethylene granules. This polymerization reaction is, and other component is next page is nanoclay. Nanoclay particles were taken Eczacıbaşı, Esan, Istanbul, Turkey's company, according to suppliers, physical properties of nanoclay are given in Table 1. Table 1 show physical properties of nanoclay particles. This is important properties: density, surface area, particle size, and the spacing. And most important properties here is the spacing, 3 or 3 about 4 nanometer. Figure 2 show TEM image of the layers and the basal spacing E, A, this one. So basal spacing in the TEM picture is 3 or about 4 nanometer. Then some image of the morphology. The right image is, you can see, is platelet morphology. Next page. The other material is nanocalcium carbonate. You can see nanocalcium carbonate is spherical, nanocal, and nanocalcium carbonate are different morphology. One of the spherical, one of the platelet. Nanocalcium carbonate is taken Adaçal Industrial Mineral Co. Again, Turkey. So density, mean diameter, particle surface area. You can see number to about 2.95 gram/centimeter cube, and 50 and 100 nanometer spherical diameter, and 18 gram/centimeter cube finally surface area. Next page, please. Manufacture of nanocomposite granules. The figure 4 schematic illustration of the production, and HTP and 1 weight person nanoclay and 1 weight person nanocalcium carbonate, and 8 to feed hopper in the bamboo mixer. So single Sigur extruder, then cutting in the water. So next process, drying and transportation. So okay, here, okay. Short-term crepe test. Crepe behavior of the unfilled and filled HTP was measured through tensile testing machine. This special tensile testing machine. Okay, so the test performed on axial loading and loading were carried at the 8 megapascal stress levels of 600 sec, and the strain rate is 1E for. Okay, next. I have no time. So schematic illustration of the short-term crepe test. This we start 0 point and we are loading, and we keep 8 megapascal. So we are unloading, and the short-term crepe test was terminated. Okay. So test result is based on the test result. It was found that the crepe resistance of the HTPE has increased with the addition of both mineral nano reinforcement. So two item. Besides, it was detected that the platelet structured nanoclay increased the crepe resistance of the HTP more than spherical structure nanocalcium carbonate. So figure, you can see figure 6 is short crepe test results. This is curvy. So this is important here. There is a maximum strain rate. There is a minor difference here. So next, please. It is thought that the nanofiller improves the polymer's mobility reactions and load carried capacity of the HTBs change and thus increase the creep resistance. Moreover, the material locking, mechanical locking level increases much more with nanoclay in the HTB matrix instead of the nanocalcium carbonate, contributing to improving the crepe resistance. The figure 7 show is crepe strain is value is there are major difference each of sample. Okay, next, please. Conclusions. So 1, 2, 3 is result is important. More important is that is when the nanoclay and nanocalcium carbonate reinforced HTB granules usage is contemplated in the industrial application. The morphology of nanofillers should be regarded to improve the crepe resistance. I know the well-dispersed nanoclay can serve up the quickening pace of the technological advances toward improving the crepe performance of the HTP for industrial application. So next is finally is thank you for listening. Thank you for time.
Thank you, sir. And does anyone have any questions?
Yes.
Next we have Mr. Omar Jalal presenting impact of fine brick-based aggregate addition on workability and compressive strength of self-compacting mortar.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. So what I am going to talk about is how to make concrete. But before starting my talk, I will start with a joke or anecdote. So if you think that you are Einstein, there are many Einsteins around you. And if people think that you are an idiot, don't care. Those are the idiots who are surrounding you, and they don't know you. So in science, we should understand each other. Because if you understand the basic of science, you can go far away. When I start my studies, I am a chemical engineer. And I did, it is there. If it is not there, I will talk. Okay? So I did some mixing and separation. In any life in science, either you mix or you separate. And when you have the basic of science, you can do finance, you can do engineering, you can do anything because your mind is well structured. When you do engineering, we study 2 years of engineering, the first year. And we do some equations. If you are a chemical engineer, you do equations, differential equations. If you are a civil engineer, if you are any, you do the same thing. Why we do it? Because we are in science and engineering. So if you are a chemical engineer, you can do something in material science. When you do something in material science, you can touch civil engineering, mechanical engineering. So my talk is how to use bricks. You can see in the picture, this picture there, you take bricks and you make like a sand, fine particles. And then when you do concrete, it's like you are preparing food for some guests. So if you want to prepare food, you go and you buy. You buy like vegetables, you buy salt, anything, and you prepare, and you do the food. But when the guests are eating it, they didn't like it. Maybe someone else will do the same thing with the same material, and people will be happy, and they like it. Why? Because science and art are the same thing. You can have science and you don't have the art. And sometimes you have the art and you don't have the science. So we have to be with both science and art. So in concrete, we have sand, we have cement, and we have some additive sand, cement, and we have coarse or like bricks, so we add them together, and we make our material. It has three things in the material. It has to be consistent to resist strength, compression strength, and also workability. And why we use workability? If you have some material or some concrete, and you want to finish a building, it has to have the same properties, which is homogeneity. And homogeneity is related to mixing. You have always to mix well to have it. Next slide. So here what we have, our ingredients are cement, sand, and bricks. So the bricks, we put them like a powder. The sand is a powder. The cement is a powder, and we add some water, and we do the mixing. We have for the cement, we have the composition of cement. For the sand also we have the composition of cement of the sand. Next. And also for the bricks we have so we mix them together, and we try to have the properties of concrete. There are 3 properties or 4 properties. We try to do the test in the lab. So we have the lab, and in civil engineering, the properties can vary from 1 week to 4 weeks, 28 days, and we have to follow. Next. So here what we do marsh cone test, we do a rotameter for the viscosity, and we do the strength material. The viscosity, when the concrete is fresh, how to handle it. Suppose you are in Dubai and you want to transport your concrete to Abu Dhabi, you have 1 hour or 2 hours road, you have to keep the same properties. This is what we call workability. And the strength. You want to build something, and you have to be careful to have the strength, the material strength, the good one. And it starts from 40 megapascal to 60, 62, which are good concrete. Next. So here what we do, we do like, we prepare our concrete, and we have 4 groups, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have water to cement ratio. We respect it, because if you are making some food and you put a lot of water, then your soup is not good. And if you put just so small amount of water, then maybe also it's not good. And then we have to put our waste, brick waste, BW, and we have here some plasticity, and we have the viscosity. So these are what we did. Next. So we always put some graphs and we look at them. So we have here WC, which is our waste, and we have here in the X. So we are just following, and we can interpret. We can see from this graph that the SP or for both are going like this, and we have the WC and the WC for us are different. So we see the effect of WC on the SP. And no need to have the picture is showing what we have. Next. The same thing, this is also, we have our waste, and we have the flow in minutes, in seconds. This is the flow. If you want to work, you have to have your concrete flowing. So if it is dry, you need manpower, and you spend a lot of money to mix it. But if you have, so you can see here the BW, when it increases, you have the workability, the flow will increase. And because of this, we use the viscosity, because of viscosity and flow are related from fluid mechanics. Next. And here also we have the waste, and we have the SP. We change the percent. Next. Next, please. Next. Yeah, so we are rheology. Rheology is how your concrete will flow. And we are changing also the W of our brick, how much, and we have here the dosage, the percent. Next. And here we have a relation also, which relates our parameters. Next. A correlation, this is the correlation with time. Next. And here's the strength, mechanical strength, and you can see the mechanical strength. It is by the percent of waste, your strength. And we have this graph. It shows the strength versus the waste. Next. Yeah, and then we see future work. This is what I said. It's known. Everybody is doing it. So you can say why Omar is presenting this. But nowadays we are projecting. So I have a project with a Norwegian company, and we are introducing some chemicals to make the strength very high. And this is what we have. It's the company is called Tritonite, and we have a project with them, and they invented some ingredient to add to increase the strength and to increase decrease the permeability of the water in the concrete. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, everyone?
Just a quick one. Just a very quick one, because I'm mindful of our time. Sir, very good presentation, sir. I enjoyed it. Yeah, this is chemical engineering. We've had a spate of building collapses in recent time. One in Florida in the US, and then we had one in Lagos, Nigeria. Is there a link in the outcome of this research to explain, I don't know to the extent to which that can be done, this continuation of building collapsing? Has it got anything to do with chemical engineering mixing theories that you have presented today?
So what is your question exactly?
Exactly. I'm asking whether this research is able to give us some insight to explain the continuation of building collapses throughout the world.
Can you answer? Can someone answer him?
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I'll try to answer because this coincides with my research topic in materials as well. If I understood your question correctly, I guess you're asking about because of enhancement of some of the characteristics in materials. Is it?
No, I'm just
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to incorporate some kind of waste materials into the concrete so that the environmental aspect, the sustainability is taken care of. In addition to that, what his research tried to do is, can we at the same time enhance the properties of the materials, especially the compressive strength when we talk about the concrete. So I guess when I looked at the results, to some extent, he has been successful. I think that will answer your question, because your question was in relation to the collapse of the buildings because of some certain impacts or certain materials. Yeah, concrete basically. It's just playing around with the ingredients of the concrete. So that's what most of the people are doing these. Yeah. They're playing around with the ingredients, maybe playing around with the proportion of the essential ingredients, the coarse aggregate, the fine aggregate, and all of that.
We actually have a theory of mixing, only that the contractors or some of these operators don't comply, correct?
Over here, it has started. The trend has started. People have started using the byproducts, such as fly ash, such as GGBS, and other basically industrial byproducts, which were otherwise being wasted. They were being thrown away.
And Dr. Manish is this is his field.
To some extent, yeah.
Yeah, his topic is field. He's a civil engineer, and he knows the field. I am just helping in the field.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have a third presentation by Vamsi Krishna, Agile Test Automation for Web Application by using TestNG framework with random integration algorithm in machine learning approach to predict accuracy on automated test results.
Yes, first of all, I need to say good evening, everyone. And my title is Agile Test Automation for Web Application using TestNG framework with random integration algorithm in machine learning approach to predict the data accuracy. So one person discussed before that for software development, document is very important in the initial stage. So at the final stage before deployment, testing is also the important one. So in any other field, civil, mechanical, or computer science, any other field, quality is the main role to satisfy the customer. So that is the importance in testing. So without testing, if you deliver any product, even it's water bottle or it's a biscuit or something, it will get some failure. So that is the concept. That's a general concept. Next slide. Yeah. Now contents. We are discussing about that abstract, objectives, introduction, and here we are planning for testing. But only testing is not important to achieve the best quality. We need to include some process. For that process, we included here agile methodology. So nowadays in industries, lot of top-notch companies, HCL, IBM, Wipro, and a lot of companies are using agile methodology in software industry. This is a current trend in IT sector. So the existing system is, here we are discussing about existing system, manual testing. But nowadays manual testing is not there in any field. If you take mechanical, civil, machines, everything come under machines. So like that in software industry also, automation came. So nowadays we are using a lot of open source tools like Selenium and JMeter for performance testing and some more tools for API testing. So like that, a lot of open source tools are there and licensed tools are there. So and then experimental results. So why we need to discuss about experimental results? If I say something like a survey means no one can trust that, because at least we need to show some experimental results. So based on that, we achieved the experimental results also, and conclusion and reference. What are all the papers references I referred for this research methodology? Everything discussed in reference. Yes, skip. Next one. Yeah, my abstract is test automation. Test automation means in manual testing, lot of manpower need, lot of time it will take. Anything without a machine. and lot of money we need to spend for salary purpose, for stipend purpose. So, but by using automation, we will reduce the manpower and cost and time also. So that's why we selected the topic as a test automation. And here we are using not only the process, and here we are using the test engine framework also. So everything we have some framework. Without framework, we will get some failure, little bit failure. If framework is there means, we know the exact framework how it will works. In next slide. Yeah, there are three types of machine learning algorithms we discussed in abstract. One is a support vector machine learning algorithm, and another thing is random forest algorithm, and another thing is a random integration algorithm. So this outcome, higher overall test coverage, and we will get the execute exact results and reduce business expenses, and testing efficiency improvement, reusability of automated testing. For example, the one person discussed about the document. After a client asked some more requirements means we need to update in document. Like that also in testing, if requirements is going on after completing one full website functionality, suddenly client asking, I need some more requirements, some more functionality. That time we need to do some testing, regression test cases we need to write for that. So that the point discussed that only. Previous slide. Yeah, and a faster time to market, because nowadays client asking, no, 6 months. Why 6 months? Within 3 months I need product. So for that we are using automation testing. Within on time we need to deliver the product. So information security, the most secured purpose, we are using encryption and decryption algorithm. Nowadays everyone are using the bank applications. If you enter the PIN only, it will go to some payment gateway, and then it will go to some RBI sector, and again decrypt some data, and it will retrieve to the information, exact information. If it is wrong means the payment status was failed. So that's the concept. And the data accuracy is, we can't able to get 100% data accuracy, 100% testing, we can't able to say, but 90% of data accuracy we will say. Next one. And agile test automation. What is agile test automation? Continuous delivery is possible, because in between client asks some changes means, yeah, possible. But traditional model, it's not possible. And continuous testing also possible. And our higher priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery for valuable software. The same point discussing. And welcome changes requirements. Welcome changes means the person discussed, the document, initial stage, any changes need for customer means easily we will change. And late in development. In development also we will change the functionality in unit testing, and final stage testing also we will change the requirements, and we will update the requirements also. And deliver projects frequently. Frequently we can deliver the projects and within the shorter time scale. So face-to-face conversation between Scrum Master and team members and stakeholders to the information and clarity. So you see in that project everyone have some manager, team members, stakeholders, client. So in Agile methodology, the beauty of Agile methodology, daily we have discuss with client, because day by day client asking to add some more functionalities, I need these type of changes, so this functionality I no need. So for that purpose we need to write the test cases, we need to change the test cases. If any duplicate test cases means we will delete those test cases also. That's possible in Agile methodology. That's not possible in traditional model, but it's possible in Agile. Next slide. Yeah, this is the Agile Scrum framework everyone are using in industry. The product owner is a client, and product backlog, whatever product owner they are giving the requirements, we will convert into a product backlog. And sprint plan testing. So sprint plan testing means each product backlog, they have n number of test cases. N number of test cases we can't execute at the same time. So we need to split it in sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3, sprint 4. We need to break it out the test cases. For example, SBI Bank giving some requirements. In that 10,000 test cases are there. So 2 minutes is okay, just skip this one. Yeah, this is the existing system. The tester write the test cases and testing the application manually, submit it for approval to manager and record the results in Excel sheet. This is the existing one. Next one. Yeah, this is a proposing system. Next. Yeah, this is a proposing system. Tester install the Selenium WebDriver and write the test cases automatically and input Excel file to execution, store the execution results, and whatever execution results we received, we compared the data into machine learning algorithm techniques. In that, we will get some analyzed testing results. So, based on that analyzed testing results, we will find the accuracy and we will execute and we will display it as it as graph. Next one. Next. So here a support vector machine learning algorithm. Here how a support vector machine learning algorithm works means based on the distance attributes, it will find the data and it will mention the request time and response time. This is a simple concept. Next one. So there is a short time. I can't able to explain each algorithm. It will take 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah. Do previous slide. Previous. Yeah. This is a random forest algorithm. These three algorithms only we are using. So here we are using a TestNG framework. Convert the data into Python, pre-processing. Pre-processing means whatever data we are getting, that is a raw data. In that raw data, we remove the duplicates and we remove the null values. Then we will get the pure data. And based on the pure data, this algorithm performing the data accuracy, request and response time in graph. Next one. Yeah. This one is a proposed algorithm, random integration algorithm. Read the input file into TestNG framework. Here, pre-processing the raw data, we will use a decision tree. Decision tree is a binary search like the tree. Based on that nodes, it will allocate the data, which one is correct, which one is wrong, like that. Yeah. Yes, next one. Yeah, these are the results, positive test case results. Next one. Yeah, next one. These are the negative test case results, executed test cases. The next one. Next. Yeah, these are the comparison of SVM, random forest and random integration algorithm. The seconds that displays it, the random integration 80% of data accuracy, random forest 78, SVM is 73. So higher percentage is 80%. The next one. So this is a graph for that three algorithms. Next one. Yeah, here the response, see the response time, random integration 6.5. So that is the proposing algorithm. Next algorithm is 7. Next algorithm SPM is 7.2. So the best algorithm we proved here, random integration algorithm. Next one. See the graph. Next. So conclusion, the random integration algorithm is the best algorithm to get the data accuracy within a short response time with get the long data accuracy purpose. And the next one. These are all the references I referred for this research. Till now we executed 500 test cases. We are planning to execute 1,500 test cases for higher education system, web application, and next one. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah, my future enhancement is whatever tested, we are implemented in cloud-based testing in private and public cloud. We are planning to implement the same concept in startup company also, and we are planning to implement this concept in mobile-oriented testing also. Yeah, and that's all. Any questions asked? And 1 minute. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Vamsi Krishna. I did MSc Computer Science, MTech Computer Science, and MPhil Computer Science. And I have worked 3+ years of in software testing, HCL, IBM. Now, presently, I am working in Value Momentum, Senior Software Test Engineer. And then my guide, Dr. G. Gopinath, he did a PhD in computer science. He published 100+ Scopus Journal papers. And now, presently, he is working in a professor, Bharatdasan University, Department of Computer Science, Trichy, India. My future thing is to implement these concepts for startup companies for my own company. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Any question? Yeah.
If anyone has any questions, please.
No, he's having some question.
Thank you so much. That was
Yeah, thank you.
really
very
interesting.
I can't
very
able to say because the time is very short.
You need
because
you need to.
yeah. Actually, we really implemented this concept in my university, Bharatdasan University. Till now, we executed 500 test cases. Our future plan is to reach the goal 1,000 test cases, to implement these test cases in cloud.
Can I ask you this, please?
Yeah, please.
In terms of agility of the system data substantiation, how did you repeat the tests when it comes to random testing?
Test?
You said when you did the random testing.
Yes, yes.
When you started with automation against the traditional way of doing things.
Yes, yes.
So you're talking about agility. The system is if the system is agile enough to see the difference between automation.
Yes, the difference you are asking how it is.
I'm saying is how can we substantiate and verify this difference?
Yes, yes. I will explain. First, manually, we will sit one human resource and execute 500 test cases. Means he will execute those 500 test cases. It will take at least 3 days. The valid, invalid data he need to give. He need to understand the functionality, everything. And compared to manual, coming to the automation purpose, we need to develop some code. We generate everything. We mentioned valid, invalid data, everything in that code. If you click the run button, it will execute the 500 test case within half an hour. And then, if that result also sometimes we can't say it's 100% correct result. So for that, again we are filtering by using machine learning algorithm, whether the getting result is correct or not. Then we are compared with, if I say machine learning one algorithm is, someone will say, so at least you discuss some other algorithm. So, yes. Yeah, from random forest algorithm, we have only decision tree. But random integration algorithm, we have decision tree plus pre-processing also. So that purpose, we selected random integration algorithm. This is my proposing work. Based on the 2 algorithms, we implemented this integrated algorithm. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Sujita Suresh. I am a microbiologist. I took a topic about a cancer and its treatment. Next. Okay, this is about me. I'm from India and I'm studying microbiology in Wales, and this is my third international article. First international article I wrote about a human tissue research, that was my own research, and it was selected for many journals, and in first international conference meaning itself I got a best research paper award. This is my second international conference. So next. Okay, cancer. We all know that cancer is a large group of disease involving abnormal cell growth beyond their usual boundaries. That is, potential to invade, to spread to other parts of the body. These contrast with benign tumors which do not spread. Possible signs and symptoms like a lump, abnormal bleeding, prolonged cough, unexplained weight loss, and a change in a bowel movement. That is, we have 2 types of a cancer, benign and malignant. Benign is not a cancerous and it is not at all will be spread. But a malignant, it is a cancerous and it will be spread. Down I showed a picture where the tumor is formed. These left and right are the normal cells. In middle, the tumor is formed. Okay, next. Okay, this were the types of tumor, benign and malignant. Benign tumor are not a cancerous and they won't spread. Malignant are cancerous and they will spread. And benign tumor are rarely threat to life, and malignant tumor may be a threat to life. And benign tumor, if we go to a treatment, if we remove and it will not grow back, then it will be stopped. If malignant tumor, it will grow back, and after it will, if we remove also, it will be grow back. And benign tumor don't invade and the tissues around them, and malignant tumor can invade and damage nearby tissues and organs. So benign tumor don't spread to other parts of the body, and malignant tumors can spread to other parts of the body. Next. This is a video. So I showed a video. So this is a cancer which is growing. So I just took Brazil, a particular country, Brazil. In Brazil, 1 in 80% will cause a cancer. So there are 100 types of cancer. The most common cancers, we all know that non-melanoma in skin, prostate in man, breast in woman, intestine, lung. Okay, these are the types of a cancer. In 100%, 5% of cancer only the hereditary mutations, and balance 95% are caused due to the environmental causes like smoking and alcohol, radiation and pollution, certain chemical compounds, viruses like HPV, HIV, HTLV, and chronic low immunity. So these. So next. Okay. Best treatment for cancer is we have chemotherapy and radiation, but these two treatment which may harm our body. Like chemotherapy is they will insert some IV needle and they will take some blood to a treatment that will harmful to our body, and radiation they will scan, so that UV rays, MRI scan, it will give a side effects to our body. So immunotherapy is a full of a drug. So a drug name called Mark. These the drug name called Mark, which can make a body defense stronger to attack tumors. The FDA, that is a Food and Drug Administration, has approved a 2 gene therapy drugs called CAR T cell therapy, and another one is a brexucabtagene autoleucol. So that CAR-T therapy, in that CAR-T therapy, they have introduced a Tiza-Gen-Lequel Kymria, and another one is a brexucabtagene autoleucol. That Tiza-Gen-Lequel is a treatment for, is only approved for treatment for children and young adults like up to age 25 with B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia who have not gotten with other treatments. That is, other treatment means if they are not getting through a treatment, chemotherapy and radiation. If they have gotten treatment with that, then these drugs will not be useful. So next is a brexucabtagene autoleucol. They are same that if they gone through other treatment, then these drugs will not be useful. If they are started itself through a immunotherapy treatment, these three drugs will be a wonderful treatment for a cancer. Next. Drug-free treatments. If someone will be affair for drugs, like treatments, drug-free treatments like therapies like yoga, massage, meditation and hypnosis can help you live better during your cancer treatment. Some relieve stress and help, like running, doing yoga or doing massages. Personalized medicines, it used to be the most people with a certain type and stage of cancer got the same treatment now. Okay, some drugs are more targeted to, instead of wiping out all cells, even healthy cells, some can focus just on a deadly cancer cells. Okay, next one. Next, that is acupuncture, that is a drug-free treatment. Acupuncture is an ancient Chinese. They will give a needle, thin needle, they will keep it in our body. So that is a Chinese needle. That needle will help to relieve symptoms like night sweats, nausea, fatigue, hot flashes, depression and pain. These are the symptoms for the cancer treatment. After the cancer treatment, who they are so afraid. Okay, these symptoms can be cured through the acupuncture. Okay, next. After cancer come, our lifestyle will be changes. That is a common for all we know. You know that we should exercise daily, should do yoga, we should running, we should jogging. That's what I have told you. Working out can drop your risk of 13 different cancers. You don't need to run marathons to reap the benefits. That just a jogging, you don't need a running like a marathon. Just jogging for 10 to 15 minutes, that is enough. Each day during your lunch break will help. Not only we should, early morning we should know, going to do. After a lunch break or evening, it will be a better. In life, having options is a good increasing number of options for people with cancer is a great and becoming greater. Next. Cancer facts are, so cancer is a large group of disease only, but it is a curable. If detected yearly and treated promptly at good cancer centers, it will be. If you go into chemotherapy and radiation, after these two treatments, you are going to come immunotherapy, means it will make delay. It cannot be cured. If you gone through a immunotherapy, means it will be a better. It can cure 100%. It will be cured, and it is possible to prevent 30 to 50% cancer by adopting healthy lifestyles. If you are healthy, adopting smoking, alcohol, chemical compounds, if you all avoid that, then 30 to 50% of cancer will be cured. It is possible to detect 10 to 20% cancers by self-examination and 50 to 60% cancers by annual cancer checkups. Availability of comprehensive cancer centers is gradually increasing, and I am going to tell last year alone, only in 2020, there are more million new cases have been found. Just I will tell you, in each cancer, stomach cancer alone, 1.09 million cases have been there. In skin, 1.20 million cases. In prostate in men, 1.41 million cases, and colon and rectum, 1.93 million cases. Lung cancer alone, 2.21 million cases, and breast cancer alone, 2.26 million cases. In each million cases, these million deaths were also been allowed. In lung, 1.80 million deaths. Colon and rectum, 9,35,000 million deaths. Liver, 8,30,000. Stomach, 7,69,000. And breast, 6,85,000. In these much million, these much lakhs and these much million people have been died through cancer. So thank you to give me a wonderful opportunity to like this a wonderful stage. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions for her?
Yes, any questions, please?
Thank you so much for this
Thank you, sir.
enlightenment presentation. I've learned so much from this presentation. honestly.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much. One question comes to mind when we are in the midst of COVID, and a lot of diseases are now being exposed to us recently.
Cancer.
Have you had any encounter with information that substantiate or maybe verify the absence of cancer next to the absence of COVID, and when they come together?
No. This is my own article.
Yeah.
This is my own article. In that I have tell about a cancer and its treatment. That's it. And these cases.
But in your readings, in your comparative readings.
Yeah, comparative
readings. In your literature review.
Yeah.
Have you come across information to say that there is a correlation between cancer and COVID?
No, I didn't come or about that either.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? All right. Next. Yeah, we will take a 5 minutes coffee break, and we'll be back for the next presentation. Can we do just Mr. Zai's presentation because he's from far away? We'll just do Mr. Zai's presentation. I'm sorry, everyone. We'll just do after coffee. It's fine. All right. We'll be back in 5 minutes, everyone. Thanks. The next presentation is by Dr. Zayed. Characterization of Acinetobacter baumannii isolated from medical personnel lab coats and scrubs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my presentation will be on the characterization of Acinetobacter baumannii isolated from medical personnel lab coats and scrubs. Next, please. The next one. No, not the upside down. Next one. Okay. This is the presentation highlights, just to tell you that A. Bomani is a well-known bacteria for its innate antimicrobial resistance and its exceptional ability to acquire multi-extensive and even pan-drug resistance phenotypes. The molecular epidemiology and the antimicrobial susceptibility of the clinical carbamide-resistant A. Bomani were investigated in this research. The isolates displayed multi-drug resistant phenotypes with 90% resistant to carbanimes. Now, more infection prevention measures, including attention to cleaning and disinfection, should be implemented to curb this nosocomial infection, which is actually a big problem now in hospitals. Next, please. Now, Acinetobacter baumannii is a gram-negative opportunistic nosocomial infection or nosocomial pathogen. It has been associated with mortality cases ranging from 8 to 35%, depending on the type of infection and the hospital stay duration. Because as long as the more you stay in the hospital, the more you get exposed to such infection. It's rapidly acquire multi-drug resistance or multi-drug extensive and even pan-drug resistance phenotypes, which means that it has certain ability to acquire resistance genes or plasmids which contain resistance genes. Now, A. baumannii is associated with a wide range of nosocomial infections, including skin, soft tissue infections, wound infections, urinary tract infections, and secondary meningitis. However, the most serious A. baumannii nosocomial infections are the ventilator-associated pneumonia and the bloodstream infections due to their highest mortality rates. And that probably, even with the people with COVID-19, they might, because they have problems with the lung or with the respiratory system, probably they might have something, even more problems with the nosocomial infection like this A. baumannii. Next, please. Now, in 2017, the WHO, or the World Health Organization, listed carbamide-resistant A. baumannii crab in the critical priority category, which means that they start recognizing it as one of the nasty microorganisms that cause or lead to nosocomial infections. The resistance of A. baumannii against the last resort antibiotics, the colistin and the tigecycline, has been increasingly reported worldwide. Now, we know that there's always a drug that can be used in a certain infections, but sometimes certain multi or pan-drug resistant microorganisms reach a point where even they cross the border of the last resort, which means that we have to, for treatment, we have to look for another, a complete different category of treatment, like, going for bacteriophages or something like that to treat such bacteria. That probably works well with the MRSA, which is the vancomycin resistant, where basically the vancomycin was always the last resort, and now we start to see vancomycin resistant, methicillin resistant Staph aureus, which means that we have to go to the next level for the treatment. Now, this pathogen has been isolated from multiple locations and objects inside hospitals, including ventilator circuits, pillows, sinks, bed rails, and computer keyboards. The objective of this study was to investigate the antibiotic-resistant patterns and biofilm formation capacities of Acinetobacter baumannii, isolated from lab coats of medical staff working at the Jordan University of Science and Technology Hospital. We have a huge hospital, around 800 bed capacity hospital, and we have tried to get something from the lab coats. So we get like around 188 lab coats, and we took the samples or swabs from 3 different locations, from different lab coats for medical doctors, students, nurses, or scrubs, and we looked for the isolated Acinetobacter baumannii, and actually we are characterizing it in this research. Of course, the methods, first of all, we have obtained the IRB from the Jordan University of Science and Technology Informed Consent. We got the consent from those people, although we did not do any research with them. We just took the sample, so we had to take the IRB. The data were collected from locations on the healthcare personnel attires. Inclusion criteria were physicians, nurses, medical doctors, medical students working in the target hospital, those who were wearing attires other than scrubs. Some people wear some staff other than the lab coats and the scrubs. We excluded them. Now, 3 swab samples were collected from 3 different locations, collar, mid-sleeve, and waist, on 180 lab coats or scrubs used by the participants. Now, 3 mil, of course, I mean, how we isolated them, we just get swabs and wet swabs, and we surfaced a certain area, 10 by 10 centimeters of each location, and we just get the swabs to the lab and tested them right away. Then the swabs were examined for microbiological, in the microbiological lab within 5 hours of the collection. We use chrome agar for the isolation for the presumptive. So we use the chrome agar, which will give us the shiny red pink colonies with white halo obtained on this white agar. Now all other red colonies were also, there was some red colonies. We kept them for further testing. We used PCR to confirm the identity of the isolates, and of course the PCR was able to differentiate between A. baumannii, A. nosocomialis, and APT. We have extracted the DNA using kits that are commercial kits by QIAGEN or other company. Now, we did the amplification to look for genes, the BLA OXA51. This is for A. baumannii. So all the A. baumannii isolates will contain the OX51, and we looked for the BLA OX23, which is a virulence factor that's for A. baumannii. So, and not found in every A. baumannii. So the A. baumannii contain the OX51. We use Acinetobacter baumannii ATCC 19660 DNA as a control, a positive control. Now, we did the susceptibility or the antibiotic testing using the disk diffusion method according to the Clinical Laboratory Standards Institute Guidelines 2018. And the antibiotics listed in the following table are normally the general antibiotics that are used in hospitals or for treatment of such infections. Go ahead. These are the antibiotics that we have used, and this is the concentration of each antibiotic in the disk. 2 minutes. Go ahead. Give me more than 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead. We need then. The minimum inhibitor concentration is another one. We get those, the minimum inhibitor concentration was performed in the 96 well microtiter plates using the microdilution method. And we use it against for the cholecysteine sulfate and tigecycline, the last resort antibiotics. We did the MIC. What is doing there? Excuse me? Now, MIC brought microdilution range between 0.125 to 64, and we have done that for these microorganisms. Go ahead. Also, we did biofilm formation capability. We know that these microorganisms, those who are biofilm former, normally are more problematic. So we tested the isolates for capability of biofilm formation. Go ahead. Okay. These are the isolates that we have tested. We have isolated these 22 Acinetobacter baumannii, and we tested them for the microbiome. We categorized them for their antibiotic sensitivity into XDR, extensive drug resistant, non-multi-drug resistant, or multi-drug resistant. So 3 categories. Luckily, we did not find pan-drug resistant. Now, we, of course, classified them into this classification based on the CLSI guides, how to classify the microorganisms. And we have, just go ahead. Yes. This table shows the patterns of the antibiotic resistance among these microorganisms. We have classified them around 16 different patterns. So this is a very huge variation among these microorganisms. Go ahead. Now, Acinetobacter specific chrome agar medium was used to isolate the presumptive. Then we tested them, as I said, by PCR and specific primers to confirm their identity. Go ahead. Now, the bioformation ability, we found that all the 22 confirmed Abomani isolates were tested for their ability. Now, 10 out of the 22 contain the OX23, which are more virulent than others, while the 22 contain the OXA51, which is a specific gene that's found in the Abomani. Now, when looking at the relationship between the antibiotic resistance phenotype and the biofilm forming phenotype, we have noticed the following. All the 7 XDR, or the extensive drug resistant, were strong biofilm formers. So that comes kind of more pathogenic. They are biofilm formers, which is, by the way, forming biofilm is a virulence trait. So the microorganisms who can form the biofilm are more dangerous than, medically speaking, than the non-biofilm former. All the 10 non-multidrug but one isolate were strong bioformers also, so there is no relation. But again, we found that most of them were strong bioformers. Only one MDR isolate was strong film bioformer, while 3 were weak and 1 was non-biofilm former at all. Now, it appears that there is no apparent relationship between the antibiotic resistance phenotype and the biofilm forming capabilities, which could be of these opportunistic pathogens. Now, this could be normal, as these two phenotypes are controlled by a separate set of genes, and none of these genes might confer any influence on the other gene. So these two separate genes. However, each of these traits confer a phenotype that adds to the strength of the pathogen by making it more resilient to harsh environmental conditions. The appearance of around 14 patterns of antibiotic resistance indicates that these isolates are very diverse and might have been brought to the hospital through users of the lab coats from outside environments. Could be from their homes, that's if they take the lab coats for homes to clean them, rather than catching from the hospital environments. In conclusion, this study showed that lab coats and scrubs used by medical staff are contaminated with Abomani isolates, including strains with extensive drug-resistant phenotypes. This might lead to transmission of this pathogen from medical staff to patients who are admitted to the hospital for other diseases, and this is the essence of the nosocomial infections. This might explain the implication for Abomani in nosocomial infections in hospitals too. Now, we believe that standard procedure of cleaning, washing, and handling of these lab coats and scrubs should be developed and implemented in the hospitals, which will decrease the incidence of this cross-contamination and nosocomial infections in particular. So there must be some regulations, so you don't take your lab coat wherever you want and then bring it back to the hospital and start practicing your business. Thank you very much for listening. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. If anyone has any questions, please do.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Really a great presentation. I wanted to ask, is this the same, are we talking about the same microbes that causes the ICU, that was found in the ICU and was, a lot of ICUs were shut down in many hospitals? Mm-hmm. Is it the same?
No. Actually, the one that is notorious for ICUs is the MRSA, the methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. Okay. This one also found in ICUs. Okay. But the one that is kind of more famous, more notorious for this would be the MRSA.
But during your testing and taking samples, did you come across this?
Yes, we isolated, but that's a different study. Okay. Yeah, because we isolated around 1,000 bacteria, but we're characterizing them. So we took the Acinetobacter baumannii and characterized them, because you can't get the whole results and discuss them at once. I mean, you can't discuss MRSA with Acinetobacter baumannii. You have just, they're different. This is gram-positive, this is gram-negative, and they have so much different characteristics. So that's why we separated them.
Thank you, Dr.
You're welcome. Yes, please. There.
Thank you so much for your nice presentation and a very important topic, because we all of know as a microbiologist that Acinetobacter baumannii is one of the most resistant bacteria against a wide range of antibiotics. So can we go back to the title?
To the
title. Characterization of Acinetobacter baumannii isolated. The characterization, what type of characterization? You did a lot of work, you did a very good work, but you didn't reflect it in your title. Your title, it's very simple, but your work, it's more than this title.
That's the question that we get sometimes from when we send an article to publishing.
Yes.
Just recently, I was working on one for the Journal of Applied Micro. They actually, again, they told me the title should be changed to reflect.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Molecular characterization.
So because the methodology is very important when you write a article paper. Yeah.
Sometimes we don't want to make the title really very long because people will kind of just want to read a short title.
You can say the molecular and microbial characterization of Acinetobacter baumannii isolated from medical personnel lab coats and scrubs from Jordan Hospital University or University Jordan University Hospital.
Yes.
You can mention the you can specify the title also.
Could be
in the place also. You can mention it very well. Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next presentation by Dr. Suhaila Hamad Sharif on green synthesis of silver nanoparticles from Boston-Bergia rotunda rhizome aqueous extract against ethanol-induced gastric ulcer in rats.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suhaila from the Salahuddin University, Erbil, Kurdistan region, Iraq. I would like to present entitled Green Synthesis of Silver Nanoparticle from Boston-Bergia rotunda rhizomes aqueous extract against an ethanol-induced gastric ulcer in rats. We know the stomach is a primary organ of the digestive system, releases or secreted protease and HCl, consists of 4 layers. The stomach consists of 4 layers. Gastric ulcer happen due to the imbalance between the aggressive factors, endo and exogenous and protective physiological mechanisms, causative factors from the non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs, alcohol, H. pylori, infections, and other cigarettes, mucosal defenses defect, and the HCl and pepsins. Our objective is to assess the gastroprotective influence of the synthesized silver nanoparticle on absolute ethanol-induced acute stomach mucosal laceration in rats. We are preparation of the rhizome extract from the Rosenbergia rotunda rhizomes. First of all, we are collected and recognized, washed the roots. After that, we are dried at room temperature 2 weeks. After that, we are cut into small pieces and ground to a very soft powder. After that, saved and purified, rotating evaporator, added and combined with the Arabic gum as a supplementary. We are prepared or synthesis the silver nanoparticle by the combination of the Rosenbergia rotunda extract with the Arabic gums, heated to 70 centigrade till the pH become 7.5 and combined or added by the silver nitrate solution 15 mL. After that, we changed the color of the solution. It means the creation of the silver nanoparticle. The material we are used 5 clusters or 5 groups of 6 rats. Group A and B, we are fed by the carboxymethyl cellulose 5 mils, group 3 omeprazole, group 4 and 5 silver nanoparticle, 2 doses, 175 and 350 ppm. After 1 hour, all groups we are fed by the garbage by mouth. Absolute alcohol 5 ml. After 6 months, we are taken to remove the stomach from the rats. We are used the scanning electron microscopy and atomic force for the absorption of the spectrum and the measure of the size and shape of the particle and measured by the crystallographic of the atoms by the X-ray and monochromatic QK radiation. Others? This table shows the effect of the silver nanoparticle from the Boisenbergia rotunda. We have measured mucus weight, pH of the stomach, ulcer area, and the inhibition zones of the ulcer area in rat's stomach. We have found that the experimental groups of rats, group 4 and group 5, increased the mucus weight and the pH, while the ulcer area and inhibition decreased in the experimental groups. This table shows the effect of the silver nanoparticle on antioxidant enzymes like the superoxide mutants and the catalase and the malonaldehydes decreased in the experimental groups, while other enzymes increased in the experimental groups. This is the cross lesions of the stomach of rats, which shown in the ulcer control display widespread hemorrhage lesions of the stomach, while omeprazole and others experimental groups clear the reduction in the gastric mucosal ulceration. This is the microscopic evaluation. We are used hematoxylin and eosin stains in the mucosal energy in the omeprazole group's observation and the experimental group's reduction in the mucus injures. This figure shows also microscopic evaluation. We are used the PAS staining of the stomach. It's a glycoprotein present in the mucosal layer of the stomach. We are found the PAS staining of the ulcer group relieved reduction or absence of this protein in the mucosal layer, while in the increase in the experimental groups and omeprazole group. Others? This is also microscopic examination. We are used BAS protein present in the mucosal layer in the ulcer control, except upregulation of the BAS protein in the gastric mucus, while in the control group, positive control and experimental group, downregulation of this protein in the mucus layer. Others? This is microscopic evaluation for the measuring the heat shock protein 70 protein present in the mucus layer. It is absent in the ulcer groups and normal, while upregulated in the positive control and experimental group. Conclusion: silver nanoparticle approved gastroprotective influence could be accreted to its antioxidant and absorbed mucus secretion, rise endogenous enzymes such as superoxide dismutes and catalase, prostaglandins, and decreased malonaldehyde level and upregulation of the heat shock proteins and downregulation of the BACS in the culture controls. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If anyone has any questions, please do let me know. All right. Thank you, ma'am. We'll go to the next presentation. This presentation is by Mr. Nagaraju Y.S. on incorporating waste carbon fly ash to study the annealing effect of structural and optical properties of rock salt morphology based controlled by electrolyte for energy storage application.
Good evening, friends and seniors. My topic is incorporating waste carbon fly ash to study the annealing effects of structural and optical properties of rock salt morphology controlled by electrolyte for energy storage applications. Introduction part. The fly ash represents a kind of finely divided solid waste which is derived from industrial or municipality waste incineration and contains various metal elements. And although carbon fly ash improve physical properties whenever it undergoes activation, it may enhance efficiency and stability of the materials. The advantages of this material, it is a eco-friendly, low-cost, abundant materials and easy synthesis and characterization, successful applications and sustainable manufacturing of lot of energy storage applications and energy storage devices. So novelty of the work is the recovery and utilization of carbon fly ash waste is essential for environmental protection. This waste resource pathway highlights the possibility and feasibility of the conversion and can directly produce a popular product from the disposed waste like new environmental friendly, low cost, easy to fabrication carbon source as well. You explore the economically and technological novelty of the work. The figure 1, figure on zoom. The XRD analysis, conventional and functionalization of a carbon fly ash. The figure 1A, it is a possible to determine that analysis corresponds to conventional carbon fly ash and KOH is a active agent material. Since the predominant phase is carbon, a small number of impurities is also detected in the figure. The figure 2A, it is possible to observe that the curves are characteristics of functionalized carbon fly ash, showing for the carbon, hydrogen and elements presented with a formal functional group, used carboxylic group. The figure 1 confirms that peaks become sharper and highly distinct with the increasing calcination temperature, which influences the porous carbon structure. The next figure 2, FTR analysis. The FTR spectrum was recorded by 400 to 4000 centimeters and observed spectrum was shown in figure 2. The plot of carbon fly ash and carbon fly ash with active agent KOH spectrum curve waste raw fly ash, the peaks 2850 to 3800 centimeters represents CS stretching vibrations. The peak at 15717 are assigned to the bending vibration of the carbon and hydrogen heterojunctions. We see now nickel and oxygen stretching vibration of the carboxylic group at the 1517 centimeters, which might be helpful to the flotation of the burning particles. Figure FESM analysis. The structural and morphology of the synthesized material was investigated using the FESM morphology. The lowest and highest magnification images of the shown in figure 3A and 3B, it can be seen that large amount of fly ash particles with irregular shape and some unburned carbon particles with blocky or porous skeleton dispersed in raw fly ash. The figure C and D, it is a lower magnification semi-images that blacky carbon particles with relative flat surface and rock salt like carbon nanoparticles with opening them were mainly contained in the flotation concentrate. The next is CV, cyclic voltammetry analysis. The electrochemical performance of the cyclic voltammetric chemistry using the 3-electrode system, a glossy carbon working electrode and AgAgL is the reference electrode. The curve of a carbon fly ash and carbon fly ash doped KOH active electrolyte active scan rate speeds ranges from 10 to 15 micro per volt seconds, and the figure shows the rectangular and symmetrical form with a no distortion. Future potential window -6 volts to the +6 volts. The current rate is 1 Armstrong. The next is figure 5th, electrochemical impedance. The ES test was measured the internal resistance of the diffuse resistance of the carbon fly ash and carbon fly ash doped KOH active agent material. The Nyquist plot of the fabricated electrode which quasi semicircle showing the charge transfer is in figure B. The inclined line in the high frequency region represent Warburg impedance at the electrode interface. Next, the carbon fly ash and KOH doped as determined by 0.86 ohms and 0.138 represently. The conclusion is, in this work, a variety of rock salt morphology based carbons are synthesized utilizing a one-step carbonation activation method. The resulting morphology determines high density surface. The electrochemical performance these waste material electrolytes prove the feasibility of these applications like large capacitance, high energy density, and long-term cycle stability. The result reported above illustrates the feasibility of using sustainable and large-scale advanced carbon fly by using the disposed waste. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If anyone has any questions, we will have them answered. Do we have any questions? Let's move on to the next presentation. Thank you, sir. Next presentation is by Sharif S.H. Chemopreventive evaluation of green synthesis of silver nanoparticles from aqueous extract Morinda elliptica stem against azoxymethin-induced aberrant cryptophoci in rat's colon.
Okay, we can start for chemopreventive evaluation of green synthesis of silver nanoparticle from aqueous extract Morinda elliptica stem against azoxymethan-induced apparent cryptophoci in rat's colon. We synthesize the silver nanoparticle from the Department of Biochemistry nanoparticle using the aqueous extract of Morinda elliptica. So we have here 5 groups of animal. Group number 1, vehicle control, normal. Group 2 will be cancer control. Number 3 will be positive control using 5-FU furacil. And group 4 and 5 will be silver nanoparticle, 2 dose, 175 and 350. So each group number 1, we inject normal saline intraperitoneally, 5 ml per kg, plus 20 oral gavage. Group 2, we will inject 15 milligram IOM plus 10, gavage 10%, 20. Group 3, we give positive control, 5-FU, the positive control. We inject 15 milligram IOM plus 35 milligram of 5-FU. Group number 4 and 5, we inject 15 milligram of IOM plus 175 or plus 350 milligram, part per million silver nanoparticle. Here the colon cancer of the normal mucosa or vehicle. See the normal colon cancer 10x. Normal appearance of colon cancer. Next. This one, the crypt cancer control. Here we will see the crypt apparent crypt foci containing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 foci inside the crypt. This one, the precanceral lesion. Next. Here will be the ulcer positive control. You will see just only 3 foci inside the apparent, 3 foci only. Number 4 will be silver nanoparticle, low dose 175 part per million. We also will see only 3 foci inside the apparent. Number 5, we will see only two foci inside the, we call it AFC, apparent crypt foci, only 2. Next. This one, the H and E stain, hematoxylin and eosin of the normal colon cancer, normal colon, not cancer, normal colon. How you see the cell is circular and there is goblet cell. This one, the white color will be the goblet cell. Next. Here you will see that in colon cancer will be stratified epithelium, become many layers. And you see the cell, the nucleus become elongated. Nucleus is become long, and there is absence of goblet cells. Goblet cell, no mucus secretion. Next. This one for the positive control, 5FU, you will see reduction. It means there is no stratified layer, and the nuclei will be just some of them nuclei are elongated, and there is goblet cells. The white one is the goblet cells. Next. This one, the nanoparticle, low dose, 175 part per million. You will see look like normal, only little bit some cell we see elongated nuclei. Goblet cell present. Next. This one, the high dose of nanoparticle. You see normally normal. It looks like normal. See the white color will be the goblet cells, and nuclei little bit will become elongated, just little bit. And there is no stratified. Here, this one, the PCNA, proliferating cell nuclear antigen in normal control. Normal, no proliferating. Next. This one in the cancer control, you see the brown one. It means proliferation of the cell. Proliferation of the cell in cancer control. Next. This one in positive control, see very few, we can find very few number of proliferating cell nuclear antigen. Just the brown one, very few number. Next. This one in low dose, 175 parts per million. We see also very few number of PCNA, brown color. Next. Also here the high dose, very few number of the brown color compared to the cancer control group. Next. This one, the other stain, we call PAX stain, PAX protein. In the normal control, see this one, the normal colon cancer. See the cell is rounded and the nucleus will be basal, normal mucosa of the colon. Next. This one, the cancer control, you see the cells become stratified, too many layers, and the nucleus is too long. Nucleus will be elongated, too long nucleus, and there is no goblet cell, absence of the goblet cell, mucus cell, there is no. Next, this one, the 5FU, here we'll see the brown color will be the, give you the PAX protein, positive. Next, this one, the nanoparticle, very few, also will give you the positive of the PAX protein, low dose, high dose. Next. This one, the high dose, will be the PAX protein. Next. So in conclusion, the present study demonstrates that silver nanoparticle has promising chemopreventive activity that are evidenced by significant decreases in the number of apparent crypt foci in azoxymethan-induced colon cancer in rats. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If anyone has any questions, please let us know.
What is the time period we're talking about for those what is the time period, the time scale we're talking about for those?
We do 2-month experiment, duration 2 months.
For each one of them?
No, you have 5 group.
Yeah.
According to the group, we start the treatment for 2 months. After 2 months, we kill the animal. We induce, and at the same time, we give that drug to, we see how much prevention.
Okay, all right, good, excellent, thank you.
Welcome.
Sir,
Yes.
in terms of solution, I recall the students' work earlier on. Excuse me? I'm referring to her. Okay, fine. In terms of solutions, I mean, she gave us some health guidance during her presentation on the same subject of cancer. Do you have some, is there any correlation? Do you have some suggestions? Is there any way your recommendation or implications of your research?
No, we use solution. The solution you are using, 2020, is a solvent.
No, not in that terms. I'm talking about cancer as a disease. This research is to support our understanding of cancer as a disease.
Yes.
Prevention, etc. Now, we had earlier in this conference a presentation from a student indicating that the concern of the stakeholders is what is the solution? And I'm asking just to know if your ideas from this research correlates with what we just had earlier. That's what I'm asking.
My research is on the rats, laboratory animals.
Okay.
Laboratory animals. We have 5 groups of animals. She did in the human.
Oh, great.
In the human, different to control.
Yes,
different to control the patients. You don't know how the patient taking drug or not. She must follow, but difficult to control. But here we can control. Every day we know what to do with the rats. Duration up to 2 months. We feed the animal 2 months. After that, we starve the animal and we kill under general anesthesia. We must have ethic how to kill the animal, how to deal with the animal.
Understood, sir. I have a personal question. This is totally unrelated to what I study, just out of curiosity. I remember her mentioning that rats and humans share a lot of similarities in terms of genes. So, like, what would be the differences that we are doing with the rats and the humans? What are some things that we need to consider?
You see, for this, to how to provide drug or how to produce drug medicine for treatment. First, we do in animal. Second trial, I will do on monkey. Third trial, I will give my product to some pharmaceutical to do on volunteer in human.
So the next step of this would be monkeys, right?
Monkey, yes. I try to do in the monkey because this one the procedure.
Understood, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
how to provide, because I did so many and I succeed in some also.
That's amazing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much. Thank you very much. Welcome.
All right. A very good evening to everybody. I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for the opportunity given to us. This is a very important project we've started in 2019 before COVID started to deal with the environment. And is in an area of management that has begun to be taken very seriously because it has to do with investment. We found over the years, for those who are familiar with economics, that if you really want to create an impact in the economy, you got to take investment seriously. Not just every sort of investment, but capital investment for the industry, because it has what we call a multiplier effect. And we saw recently from the Global Investment Report that the COVID-19 has taken a hit on this particular area. Due to COVID-19, there has been a global decline in capital investment. But that's a different story. We started to look at this project, this investment in the area of capital budgeting. Capital budgeting is just about how you appraise your investment project. We call it project selection. Before you consider doing any project, there is a project selection segment, a policy, a procedure, or processes that has to do with organizations appraising the project before its commencement. So we were looking at this project. We had a team. I have my colleague here also who is part of the team. And we have international advisors from the University of Stirling in UK, and then we have also SDMIMD in India, and some other colleagues from other institutions. So it's a major project that's been sponsored by the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation in Oman. So we're grateful to them also for this opportunity. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. You can skip that. Also, this project, actually we have mixed methods in its approach. We're drawing upon the literature because we are looking at the capital budgeting practice in Oman. So we have included a systematic review of all that is going on in that area across the globe. We did a presentation of that virtually in Spain last year. Then we have a segment called Focus Group Discussion, which we also had last November. So what I'm discussing, presenting today, is the result from that particular expert group discussion which we had in November 24, virtually last year. So we have given a paper across these 5 segments. And if I can just go quickly to the expert reports and discussions arising from that particular, yes, please just make a fast, just go ahead, go on. Okay, just go back a little bit, go back a little bit. Yeah, just less. So if you permit me, because I'm mindful of the time now, we found some outcome of that particular discussion with the experts drawn from the industry, because that's our area of focus. Number one is that we have a couple of methods that's being used across the world in project selection. So we found that there's one called a payback period, which refers to how soon you can get back your capital outlay. So we found that the managers from Oman perspective found this very useful for a number of reasons which we documented in our paper. We also found that MPVIRL, sorry I'm using those technical terms, pardon me, are used by the bigger companies, okay, who want to have some more sophisticated idea about the viability of their project. I think that is understood. So the next point is number 2, which is of course part of the objective. We were trying to find out the opportunity for innovation in capital budgeting. So we found from our interaction with them that the advanced types called real options, we also detail what this means in our paper, even though it's known in theory as very versatile, very useful in an environment which we find ourselves now, uncertainties, but the managers are not using them. And so we have some gap here, which we have documented. So a number of ideas came in terms of what model the managers should be using to have more efficiency in this regard. We also documented that in our paper, like a quartet model and even a comprehensive model framework, you know, for doing capital budgeting under this kind of uncertainties. As a matter of fact, the managers noted and accepted that a method, a more flexible method like real options, is actually very good for them. But they have some challenges related to that. Number three, which we tried to also find out, which we got some indication, is that some projects have negative NPV. So ordinarily, from the science of capital appraiser, you should not be doing those types of projects. But we found that that is more applicable or obtainable in the public sector project. So we have perspective from aviation, infrastructure, mining, and so on. So we tie that to the new emphasis on ESG. ESG stands for sustainability, environment, and then social and governance, which we had quite a number of 3 minutes. Okay. Then the last point there is relates to the framework which I just mentioned, and the changing role of the CFOs. CFOs refers to the chief financial officers. Okay, so these are what we got so far, and as I said, this is an ongoing project. At this stage, we still have our survey data, which is undergoing some assessment. So our hope is that in March next year, we're going to also share the perspective from these, as well as our survey data from the managers, and have that revalidated in another expert group, God willing, in March 2022. Next slide, please. Perhaps to the conclusion. Go back a bit. Okay, just, yeah. Go back a bit, just some limitations there. Okay, no, then go forward. I'm sorry. Go forward still. Okay, fine. Well, a couple of things that emanated from here. There's a need to look for towards these real options. I heard about the decision 3 earlier in one of the papers. We are looking at how to integrate that also to capital budgeting. And then, of course, there's a lot of role for training because of limited awareness of real options. And then, of course, coming out of that is the fact that there has to be multiple approach to project selection. And then we documented further studies, scope for further studies. Can we see what is left? Of course, we have our limitations. This is focused on Oman, and especially the non-oil sector. And I've said that we are looking at validating this in another forum with the experts. Next. Next. Thank you for your attention. Questions, reflections, opinions, suggestions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Stephen. This is really an interesting topic.
Yes, sir.
What about those meetings with the experts from the industry? I think this was really a magnificent idea.
Yes.
Did you really gain, I mean, for example, how many meetings you've carried out? Was it like an extensive meetings, or this was like one meeting and then you extracted out all the information?
Yeah.
What was the process? What was the procedure?
Great. That's a good one. We had, before this, of course, we had our plan. It's part of our methodology to have a focus group discussion. Okay. So we have selected experts from the, mostly from the listed companies. We call them publicly listed companies, and they are CFOs and so on. So it was just a one-day full workshop. Okay, so we extracted, it was recorded via Zoom, and then also we had a section of our team that transcribed the recordings from where we were able to get our a cross section of their responses and so on, which we documented in our paper. So it was a one-day affair. It was not a series of meetings. It was just a one-day seminar. I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
so
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Good evening to all of you. Yeah, good evening to all of you. I am Gopalakrishnan Soundarajan from Muscat College, Oman. My topic is stakeholder perception on employability skill and skill gap. This is my core concept. Modern days, every students, they are learning from the various perspective, whether it is engineering or medical or management. But after completing their course, when they are going to the field of job market, sometimes they are facing the struggle. They could not able to place it as per the requirement from the global requirements or current where are they are staying over there. So my study is fully focused only in Oman. So can you go next slide, please? So basically, employability skill is very important. Employability skill is not only depends on the degree what they are learning in the college. So more than the subject knowledge, they have to learn their skill set which is related to the work environment. So I'm listed out some of the skill set which required for the global workforce. So normally, currently, the students are fully depends on the degree or subject what they are learning. That's not alone the criteria which is required for the global market. So the student success in the workplace, it depends on the various skill set like attitudes, informations, values, and decision making. These skill sets are very important, even IT also. So that is the requirement from the global market. So each and every people, they have their own understanding. If you take it the students, they have the understanding that subject is the requirement for the job market. But if you take it the faculty perception, they have understanding that some skill set is required for the global job market. Then employers have their own idea. So each and every people, they have the different perception, or I can say that opinion towards the skill set required for the job market. So I want to identify what are the skills is required, what are the skill gap. It is each and every people have the different opinions. Yeah, next slide please. So my core aim of this particular study was to analyze the Omani graduate employability, because since my area is only in Oman, and so I'm just focusing in the what are the Omani skill gap is there. So employability skill gap. So it's this particular study is depends on the 4 major areas. So one, I'm collecting from the top management people, higher educational institutions, students and employees. So I'm collecting each and every people opinion, what they feel that which skill is required for the job market. So I'm collecting the data from all these 4 strata. Then after that I analyze the results. So what are the support for this study is, so it will be helpful for the government and HEAs to fill the gap. So they can able to implement their my suggestions into to change their learning outcomes in the modules, and also it will be helpful to improve their skill set to meet the global market requirements. And this study basically 3 dimensions. One is the learning development skills, another set of the skill set is the career skills, then subject knowledge. I classified all the skill set into the 3 major categories. This study might be useful for the academic, HEAs, higher educational institutions, to reframe their program performance and also learning outcomes to meet the global market. Already we are following something. So based on the perception understanding from the study, we can able to modify, especially in the area of Oman only. Next slide please. Then overview, you can see the Oman, there are totally 50 government and private higher educational institutions are there. And all the educational institutions, their learning outcomes are focused with the 2040 vision of Oman. And this higher educational institution after 2001 only it is growing, especially when the private sector is established in the Oman sectors. The next please. And Omanization is most supporting factors for the people, those who are students in the Oman, because there is a policy is there, they have to take it minimum 30% of the students, Omani students, to the each and every I can't say that in the companies or institutions anywhere. That's a minimum requirement. So they have a lot of scope is there, even though the companies are not ready to take the student because of the skill gap. Yeah, next slide. And I have used the method of quantitative based method, and my sample is the approximately is 378 in the student higher education institution students, and 382 senior management, 365 faculty, 384 students. So I collected simple random sampling method. I collected each and every strata, these are the quantities, and all the data it's linking with the learning and development skills and employer expectations, life skill related aspects. Next please. So the final result is, yeah, next slide please. The final result is after the analysis of Henry Garrett ranking method. I used the one of the method which is globally approved method. So I found that from the analysis, it's different perception from the different people. Top management have their own expectations in the skill set from the students. Students have their own expectations in their job market. So that is the gap we have identified. So if you see the most of the cases in the faculties, they feel that enthusiasm and motivation, commitment, planning, organizing skill, this skill set is required by the global market. But if you see the scenario of the top management people in the industry, their expecting skill is enthusiasm and motivation and independent study skill. But if you see with the student perspective, students are feel that, okay, in the market they are expecting like a independent study skill, commitment, planning on organizing. If you see the employees, so their skill set is self-management and time management. So each and every people, they have their own directions. It is not synchronized. So that's why we found that these all the things are happening. So what we have to do it is, yeah, next slide please. So what we have to do it is, we have to organize some of the industry linked based institutions. We call as the industry institute interaction cells. And we have to bring in the load of industry people to the APMR or MPMR meetings to mix industry peoples when we are framing of the, when we are framing of the syllabus or program learning outcome, we have to involve those people. Automatically we can fill this gap. So this is the core findings and core suggestions also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Anyone has any questions, please do let us know.
Thank you so much. I volunteer for questions.
Please, sir.
No, but seriously, what's the most the weakest point that you found in amongst this research?
From my side?
Yes.
So the most weakest point is each and every people, they have different perception related to the skill requirement in the job market. That is the outcome. You can see management people, company side, they are expecting some skill set. But if you see with the colleges, HEIs, they have different understanding. It is not matching. Their expectation is different, they are implementing something different. For example, faculty, we feel that, okay, this skills is required in the labor market, but actually it is not. So that is a gap fully it is there in the, especially in the Oman market. So that is the reason the impact is most of the students are not recruited by the companies. They are trying to focus with the expatriate, that means out of the country, they are trying to import the manpower and giving the job opportunities. So existing people, they feel that they are not getting the job. So they are not meet the requirements in the industry. That is the reason. So what is the recommendations I'm trying to say here is they have to include the industry people in the each and every year. There is the annual program review meeting will be there. Normally all the programs that's we call as the APMR. So in the here when we are including the industry people, they can express what their requirement, what are the changes they have to do in their syllabus or learning activities or teaching activities. So it will fill the gap. That is the core idea.
Absolutely. This is what I wanted to say, that we have to find, to bridge between what you're saying and the outcomes of education. Because the outcomes sometimes, they end up with, at this stage where they can't get a job anywhere, simply because they were not trained enough or the education was not good enough for them. And you know the cases in the United States when a lot of students actually sued their universities because they actually taught them old software.
Yes.
And they end up in the market with an old skills, old software, and there was a
Yes,
big
yes.
case about it in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
So
thank you.
that is the reason, this gap we have to identify. Because of the institutions, maybe they are not seeing the future perspective, or they didn't include the industry people. That gap is expanding. If it is still expanding, so we are going this direction, companies are expecting that. So there is no purpose will not be sorted out over there. That is the thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know how will it sound, but talking about, or I don't know whether you looked at this point, how about students' expectation? Let me make it a little bit clear by giving you an example. Because I teach civil engineering, so an undergraduate in civil engineering expects, to get a job as soon as he's graduate. He completes his 4 years of course, and he expects that he would be hired by a designing company, which is very unlikely, to design a structure, to design a building, for example, we need little bit of experience, and experience is one thing I can say. So did you look into those kind of aspects in your study?
Yes, actually, for student perspective, we have framed the questions. The student, what they think about or what their opinion to place in the company. For example, I am the students. When I am circulating the question, the students will understand that, okay, these are the skill set is required for the industry. Here, I have included the experience also one of the skill set which is required for the industry. Skill set, decisions making, voluntary activities. So many core skill set I have identified. In this here, the experience is not sorted out as the first 3 rank. What I have given the results is the first 3 rank. In the first 3 rank, the student didn't mention the experience. They said that self-study learning.
Usually that's a thing that is, or that's a parameter which is looked upon by the employer.
Yes, employer also, and even students also. Sometimes they are thinking that okay, we want the experience. But normally the students, full-time students, they could not have the chance to get the experience in the market. Maybe they have to go for the part-time or some other way they have to be experienced. So that's why they are not listed out those area.
And then the point is, I'm sure you must have taken care of, when you're talking about the data set.
Yeah.
So how is the composition like? Do we have international students included?
Yes. It's the combination of all the students. In the Oman, we have
the local Omani students.
No, Omani plus international students.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for patiently waiting till the end of the day to finish all the presentations. We are so happy, and we won't be doing any virtual presentations here. It's already happening parallel to the physical event here. Now we will just continue with the certificate distribution for all the participants here, and then we'll proceed to the best paper and the best presentation awards, and we'll finish up the event as per the same schedule. Thank you, everyone. Just give us a few minutes to decide the best paper and the best presentation. Meanwhile, we will just continue with the certificate distribution. Thank you. Dr. Raed Kakish. And one request for all the delegates, if you have any of your team members or if they are not here, please do collect them on your behalf, on their behalf. Yeah. Dr. R. Umadevi. Anyone of their team members? Okay. Dr. Suhaila Hamad Sharif. Dr. Azam. Azam. Mr. G. Gopinath. Yeah, sure.
G. Gopinath, right? Okay.
Mr. Aziz P.Y. Alzarani A.R. Mr. Mahmood Amin Abdullah. We do have one more certificate, sir, for one is wing. Mr. Devendrappa H. Juma ASM. Basappa M. Mr. Vijay H. Mr. Hardi Khalid Jalal. Mr. Isa Saleh Al Abdali. Mr. Mohammed Al Sakiti. Mr. Ganesh H. Oh, we have one more. Mr. Stephen Arrow Garden. N.R. Parasuraman. Mr. Muatasim Al-Salmi. Mr. Mahmoud S.O. Haller Medical University.
Thank you. Can I?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Haripriya Murali Krishnan. Mr. B. Vamsi Krishna. Miss Sujita Suresh. Miss Suhela Hamad Sharif. Mr. Wasim El Auni. We will announce the best paper in the best presentation shortly. Just give us 2-3 minutes, please.
I just want to say something in my limited, research capability and my expertise. Some of the papers were forwarded 2 days back from the institute to me. So I decided on some of the parameters like focus on the topic, depth of discussion, integration of the knowledge, content application, and clear and relevant writing style. So these were the parameters I looked at, and based on these parameters, I selected one of the paper. Another unfortunate thing, I don't know if I should be mentioning, some of the papers I received, they did not have the content. What I received is only the abstract. So unfortunately, I just had to eliminate them out of this particular choice. So based upon all this, as she said, the best written paper is the impact of business information modeling, building information modeling, authoring tools on the business agility of the architectural profession. Congratulations, Dr. Raid.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. The Best Research Paper Presentation Award goes to Ms. Shokan Usman Mahmood.
Again, apologies if it is not in line with your expectations, but based upon the parameters given to me for assessment of presentation, this is what I could decide. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Recording in progress.
Thanks again, everyone. Let me just finish up the event with a word of thanks. On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates, students who have contributed to the conference success. The conference, which focused on discover the difference in exceeding the vision in multidisciplinary research studies, and it was a great success where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for your vital support, both online and physical. For the 4th ICA SETM, thanks to the generous response and engagement of the organizing committee members and editorial board members. Congratulations to the best paper and the best paper presentation awardees, and appreciation for all the participants for their hard work. Once again, thanks to all the committee members and participants. Stay tuned with us for further conference updates. We have our new app launched as well. Please do check it out. And we had a little hiccups in terms of executing the event. We are so sorry for that. And thanks for staying with us till the end of the evening. Thank you, everyone. Bye. And if anyone had any issues with the certificates, and we do have blank certificates, we can fill in it for you, and we will take your details, we'll have it emailed for you. Thanks everyone.